Seems like it's a working.
Yeah. Nice stream name.
Yeah. Okay, everything is screwed up because of where my... Hold on, I gotta move that. I'm gonna have to get something to fix my monitor situation because it's all over the place now.
Hello.
Welcome
Hey.
in. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Feliz Navidad.
Merry Krampus.
Let me just munch on an apple.
Ooh, that'll be great for the beginning of a stream.
Yeah, we just gotta test it. Gotta test the audio out. I now have to go to Twitch, go to video production, stream manager, click on the chat, pop out the chat. It takes 6 buttons to be able to functionally get to where I want it to be through Twitch. Hyper frustrating. Twitch, get your shit together.
Oh,
Are we picking up from the last one? Seems like there were technical difficulties. Yes, Chris Miller. My internet exploded. So we will just be picking up. Yeah. This morning, my internet just died. And I immediately got a message of being like, we noticed that there's some problems in your area. We're going to try to fix those within the next hour or two. And I was like, great. And I look outside and there's a guy just digging through my cable box. And I was like, okay, I'm going to let them do that. So, we'll see how it goes. What were you saying, Corvus?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
We're going to draw this orc boy. Ogre? I think it was an ogre. But first we got to draw Rugby. So we're going to start with that. Welcome in, everybody. Merry Christmas. Stefan, Chris, Oliver. Welcome, welcome. Alex. Alexander. Happy New Year. Oh, it's Santa Rugby Day.
And the rugby.
Put a present under the tree
I was gonna say
for me.
I was going to say, please don't poop under the tree for me again.
I mean,
Rugby's essentially just a cat. That's all there is to it at this point.
That does explain the emotive ears.
Please stop pooping under the tree. That's what it should have been.
I can sing, but I can't write music, so I'll leave the poetry to you.
I used to know a bunch of guys when I worked at that restaurant with, they would just have rap battles in the kitchen. I never, ever tried. I'm like, nope. That is not for me.
not today.
But they loved it. Was it random messing around with your stuff? It was a tech guy. Yeah, it was a tech guy.
We hope.
And not just like the Comcast dude with a van that says Comcast. Like, he had the the boom lift and
Oh, a real technician.
yeah, like a lineman, a Comcast lineman was out here just like ripping through my box. And so I was like, I hope that's gonna improve stuff. And it did. It kicked back on, and now all of my numbers are like doubled. I was like, okay, something
Nice.
was broken.
So you actually did, for maybe the first time this year, get the service you pay for.
100% customer satisfaction in 2023 for one day.
And only for like 3 hours.
Yeah. Unknown Eldritch, hello. Sorry, everybody, I am eating an apple. I did not have breakfast this morning, so I'm kind of trying to catch up. All the Patreon rewards are out. Take a look for those. If you'd like to get some stickers, I can still send more out. Either today or on Tuesday, depending. But otherwise, yeah. Welcome in, everybody.
Oh, that is a very cute rugby.
I've been practicing. Yeah, I'm not apologizing for eating. I'm apologizing for crunching an apple into the microphone. I could have eaten something not crunchy, but who knows?
You made a choice. A fairly healthy one.
Mage Hand, I'm worried that things like Long Pig are going to get me demonetized instantaneously, so I think you're on your own for D&D people recipes. It is weird to me that in like Breath of the Wild, you can cook some of the like moblin parts and stuff. Doopy is food, and still food.
You're telling me a cuisine based off of Hinox toenails isn't high cuisine?
Oh yeah. ASMR stream, yeah. Welcome in Atomic. The Game Grumps finally finished playing through Breath of the Wild.
Yep.
And oh my god.
You mean Tears of the Kingdom?
Yep, Tears of the Kingdom. That was such a struggle for me to get through. Just like just me yelling at Aaron every step of the way. And like he finally fused.
You're getting it wrong.
Yeah. So many times he would just like seemingly forget how a main function of the game works. And it was
Oh dear.
driving me crazy.
That's his move.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how he retains viewers.
Just rage induced watching.
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
great. Okay.
The
So-
game grumps aren't the grumpy ones, it's their fans.
That's true. Fair. The game grumpers.
Don't be afraid to borrow. Chord progressions. Sounds.
I suppose Dan does get a little bit grumpy when they play too many scary games.
Snatch 'em all.
Yeah. This channel is I don't know what's happening here. Dungeons and Dragons. The pan flute.
Maybe my anatomy drawing, my figure drawing practice did help.
It seems like it's working.
I'm not moving fast, but I'm getting this pose exactly where I want it to be really fast, or with not really fast, without too much difficulty.
Say really fast again.
Really, really fast,
Really fast.
real fast. I'm not moving fast, but I'm moving real fast.
I think I've tricked myself into drawing feet too much.
Rugby feet pics.
Yeah. I used to hate drawing feet. And then I made a character that was only feet. And now here we are. Trox Barbarian with a massive tech sword. That's a thing. How do you define a tech sword?
I have a reference for it.
Alright. Well, if it pops up,
Yep.
give me the reference. Ba-ba. Nice rack of Bahir ribs.
What do you
Are Bahir intelligent? Yeah. I thought they were toxic. Don't forget to vote up the video. Yeah, everybody. How many people do we got in the chat right now? Thumbs up. A lot of you.
Already did.
You as viewers have one job.
Like
Channel interaction.
I see 5 people and I only see 5 likes. Little hearts. Tech sword, a big piece of a ram with sticks. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. Just a ram stick. Okay, I was drawing one of these things. I rolled it and it crashed. Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween! What is it? It's like the 30... What day is it right now? 23rd day of Halloween? 40? No, 52nd day of Halloween. Thank you, Brian. Welcome in, by the way.
It's like the Nightmare Before Christmas. Jack, hurry up. There's only 364 days until next year's Halloween. 363.
Jack! I need to watch that movie. I on Halloween, I was like, oh, it's time to watch it. I still haven't watched it yet. So I'll have to sit down and watch it the next day or two.
Anytime before Christmas is appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Well, shoot. I know this was an ogre. But I can't remember what type of ogre it was. I went really deep sockets.
Was it the comment post, like community post, or was it suggested during stream?
I think it was on the post.
Alright, I'll rummage through and see if I can find it for you.
Alright. I appreciate that. Something about the way I drew the arms makes me think it was... Krampus ween. Krampus ween does not sound...
Yeah, that sounds like some furry porn.
That's great. I love it.
The only ogre I've seen is a ogre war cleric with a big old great sword.
That sounds right.
That does sound about right.
That's just right. Oh. Home Alone, where are you? I'm looking for Home Alone.
Oh. I've already watched that this year.
Terrible family.
Right? I think one of my favorite, things to hate about that movie is that, the mom goes through the whole tribulation of trying to get home. And then her family, she could have just done nothing. And the exact same outcome would have happened.
Yeah, the family literally shows up 10 minutes behind her. And then 10 minutes after that, they once again forget about the child that they left alone.
Yeah. But yeah, his whole family is kind of shitty.
Yeah. What, did nobody else have an older brother like Buzz?
No. I mean, I guess.
No. At least I didn't. Buzz, your girlfriend. Wolf.
So mean. Happy holidays. Hope you have great season of festivities.
Thanks.
That sounded pretty close to not a curse, Bri. Can you curse somebody to have a happy holiday? If anybody could, I mean, I think Bri can do it.
Yeah.
I was probably Buzz growing up, to be honest. That's funny.
Look, all children are little shits, right? The best you can do is try to recognize it and grow out of it.
That's fair. I guess I had older cousins that were kind of like
Buzz.
Buzz. I want to say Biff, but I think that's
What is?
that's
Biff
That's
is
Back to
definitely
the
representative.
Future.
Yeah.
That's Back to the Future. And, like, can I just say, if Back to the Future's influence made Biff not a name in common parlance anymore because he was such a bully, then thank
I
you
need
so
healing.
much to the writers for making sure that I had no chance of being named Biff.
Biff butt kiss. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never known anyone named Biff.
I think it's short for like
Buford.
Buford. Yeah.
Oof.
Which,
Also, never known anyone named Buford.
it's an old name.
I'm a bit too northern for that stereotypical southern name.
One of my good friends in high school's father was named Richard, but went by Dick. So,
Like, consciously?
yeah.
Whatever floats your boat, I guess.
It always makes me laugh when people with unfortunate names like that start companies. They're just like they're doubling down on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what was it? There was maybe it's a national brand, but there was a guy that I lived next to who worked for a bug spraying company, and it was called Cunning. It's just all over, like just written all over the truck that he worked, his work truck, and I laughed every time I saw it.
They just had to get John Candy in the movie somehow.
Well, him and Macaulay were in a movie together once before.
Yeah, Uncle Buck, I think, right? Is that Uncle Buck?
Maybe. I don't remember.
I saw Macaulay Culkin well, not like in a. It was on a social media post thing recently, and despite the fact that he's an old man, he still looks like he still looks like 8-year-old Kevin McAllister, and it's very weird to me.
Well,
I mean, did you see him 10 years ago when he was on drugs and he looked like he was 1,000?
yeah,
He got hit real hard.
yeah.
So
I'm glad he's looking healthy again.
Yeah. I mean,
We're
I'm
talking
not
about this.
Look, all the things that Hollywood does to child stars is criminal.
Yeah.
Should literally be criminal. Poor guy.
'cause-
I've got nothing but respect for him.
Oh yeah.
Because the first picture I saw of him in a very long time, since like he kind of reemerged a couple years back, was him getting his star on the Hollywood on Walk of Fame thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
And he looked radically different when from the last time I saw him. I was like, oh, I'm glad he's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope the cookies are filled with tears of your victims and your inner demons. I can't read it. Something's covering it up. Hold on a second. Are kept at bay. Salty suffering. That's pretty good. That's a pretty
That
good
sounds, yeah, that sounds more like you, Bri. That sounds much more comforting.
one. Stephen Cox says, I like my last name, though it's a great deal of dick jokes attached to it.
Fair. Absolutely fair. People will always find a way to make fun of your names. So
Oh, absolutely. My coach in middle school could not call me Fletch because of my last name and his love of the movie Fletch.
I don't know if I've ever seen that movie.
It's a football thing, I think.
I had a
he
coach
was-
named Coach Cox, so
Eh,
Yeah. YouTube's just gonna be like, what kind of Christmas stream is this?
A typical weird one.
yeah, we're always weird.
That's fair.
Yep. No, I feel like we're starting pretty early in the stream.
Yeah, I got a little bit of spice going today. Woke up really early, didn't eat, made a bunch of cookies. Had the internet explode on me.
Rick's jacked up on apples.
Yep. Caramel corn and apple jacks.
I was gonna say you can get drunk on Applejack. I wouldn't advise it.
Dick butt kiss, yeah. What are y'all drawing?
Veggie Pygmy?
Veggie Pygmy. Drew's drawing a Veggie Pygmy. I'm drawing an ogre cleric, war cleric with a great sword.
I like this drawing you got going. It feels a little bit more cartoony than your usual style in a way that I really like. Something really refined about it.
I was trying to go more
But
like
also really fun.
Hellboy.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. No, I can totally see that.
And yeah, it just kind of worked its way out, which is great.
Feels more fun and kind of a little bit less serious. Which is maybe really nice.
I made a realization last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of my best-selling stickers this year was the owlbear, the little the derpy owlbear.
Yeah.
And so it's like I need to just draw every monster in the manual in that style. And Jump Up's like, well, yeah, that's like your definitive style. I'm like, what? No, it's not. She's like, yeah, it is. I was just like, dang it.
So yeah. So it's one of those memes of like how I think I look and then how I actually look. And I think I just need to be okay with that and kind of lean into the silly cartooniness of things.
Drew, your Veggie Pygmy for some reason to give me this creature's vibes. I don't know why. It just is.
Is that a spider lady?
I don't really know. It's called a ratagen
Radish. Interesting.
from the Impossible Lands book. I don't really know.
Oh, the more you look at her, the worse it gets.
Bry's the only thing people call me to my face. Behind my back is another matter. My last name is pronounced like semen, so I guess I've gotten a lot of jokes attached to it. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm done with this
I
one.
suppose I can scale up a little bit.
Okay. I think that one's done. This chair is too high. When did my chair get? There we go. Sometimes the chair decides to just like, boop, pop up all the way. And other times it just sinks. This chair is slowly dying. But whatever. That's a next year problem. Okay. So for those of you just joining us, or have never been to one of these streams before, I have a list of all of the character suggestions from this week. We have a community post. People post it. Actually, I think I saw like 2 new ones got added that I need to add to the list. But yeah, if you have not suggested one this week, you're very welcome to add one now. Just character, race, class, heritage, however you want to do it. And we put it on the list. We roll some dice, and the dice gods decide what we draw. So let me make sure I've got all of these. We have one more. One more I did now.
So don't forget to put the poll.
Yeah, let's do that real quick too. A color. Red, blue. Let's just do green because it's Christmas. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay. A 6. More Krampus. A goat Krampus barbarian minotaur dude. Alright. Easy enough. Easy enough.
Cramp high.
The Krampi. The Krampus. If you've not watched any of my Krampus videos, I've made 3 of them now. Which is always depressing. I made the full long, which is I think one of the longest videos I've made. It's like 12 or 13 minutes long of Krampus. And then yesterday I was like, I need to put a short out, so I'm like, I'll just do a promo for that. So I grabbed the drawings I did and like the book, and I did a little puppet short for the Krampus, and that like quadrupled the amount of views than the long form video. And I was just like, no, why? So
Well, because that's how YouTube is doing things currently.
Yeah.
It's not you.
that's a lot of cramp, yeah.
I gotta work on my thumbnails. That's what I think I gotta put more time next year.
Gotta get those clickbaity thumbnails in.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing a new trend of like whatever picture you have, and then people will put fake eyes and mouth over the top of someone's face, and it's real subtle. It's real subtle, but it just like forces there to be a face that's recognizable by the computer on the thumbnail, and I hate it. But it seems to be the thing that works.
Interesting.
What do goats look like? I always forget.
Hill spawn?
Little shits with beards.
So a freshman high schooler?
Yep. Yep.
I don't know many freshmen that can grow beards.
I knew a
Must have been
couple,
local
and
thing.
they were the worst. They were all in the drum line.
I also think they're so cool. Which, to be fair, I wanted to be in the drum line. It wouldn't let me.
I
Not cool
thought I
enough.
wanted to be on the drum line for like a month, and then I found out how much of a jerk everybody on the drum line was.
Yeah. There were
I
so
don't
many.
think that's
There were so many
universal
people.
about drum lines.
Right. Yeah. Well, one of my best friends was a drummer, and he wasn't a dick, but the other guys were. but yeah, I wanted to hang out with him, but because I'd never played the piano, there were too many people going out to be drummers,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, "Well, since you never played the piano, we're just not going to accept people that don't know how to read the sheet music already because we have too many." It's like, well, that sucks. So I had to play the trombone.
The dichotomy of goats, fear and little shysters.
Here you go.
That's a pretty good one. I like the excessive.
Hornage.
I was gonna say like mane, but
Oh.
I mean, goats have been bred for wool longer than sheep have. Just sheep made better wool faster, so I think things got switched. And also, I think goats were a much more multi-use animal.
you can eat them, you can ride them.
You can milk them.
And also
If you're a religious extremist, you can have sex with them. I mean,
Wait, what's that last one?
it was a bad joke. You're a
very
religious...
bad joke.
Yeah. I shouldn't have said it, so I'm not going to repeat it.
Bear fucker, do you need assistance?
Still one of my favorite lines.
Was Super Troopers a National Lampoon movie?
I'm not sure.
I don't know if it was.
I don't know.
It's a bad
I
movie.
was not allowed to watch National Lampoon.
Super Troopers is the end of an era. That honestly, I'm not sad that it's gone.
Yeah,
I just know it was
I feel that way about
kind of
the Naked Gun and Airplane.
Yeah.
I just know it was also like a TV show thing on Comedy Central.
Really?
Yeah.
Reno 911 was that what you're thinking about? Or did they actually make Super Troopers into a show?
They were the same, to be completely honest, because to me they are the same.
Okay.
They're on the same style.
Same-
Yeah.
It's a show about idiot cops doing idiot things.
It's memes, man. It's memes before memes were a thing.
Yeah.
Everybody that I grew up with, it's like, I can quote all these things from all these movies. It's like, yeah, it's just memes. Like,
Yep.
people still do that, but with memes.
I can recite the entirety of Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Monty Python was sketch comedy before the internet.
Yep. I often forget about how irreverent Monty Python's Flying Circus was.
Oh yeah, like I wasn't allowed to watch that for a long time. Men dressing up like women, sacrilege. Also, men dressing up like Jesus, also sacrilege.
Then they proceed to take you to watch Passion of the Christ.
Oh yeah, no, that was just blatant racism. So. I actually did my parents worked at the church that we went to for different things. But yeah, I went and saw that with a bunch of people, and I got home and I'm like, that was kind of weird. My mom's like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna tell people to watch that. And I was like, yeah.
It was very much despite the director being a hardcore Catholic, it was very much felt like it was geared towards the Protestants.
Interesting.
Because they love that stuff. They love
fire and brimstone.
Yeah. And
Catholics just need guilt. We just want guilt.
yep. There was enough guilt in that movie for it to be Catholic.
Mormons around where I grew up didn't care for it much either.
But it had white Jesus in it, so y'all should have loved it.
Well.
Did you guys ever watch American Gods or read the book?
No. I've seen clips of American Gods, and it made me really want to watch the TV show, but I don't watch TV, so
It's good. It's Neil Gaiman, which is great. But there's a whole scene where they go to Easter, the god Easter's house, because everybody in that book, people believing in something create the gods. That's why it's American Gods, the gods of America. And one of the main characters is Odin, but he's the Odin for America, which I think is really cool. Anyways, they go to Easter, the person's house, to talk to her, and and they meet all the different Jesuses, all the different denominations of Jesuses, and I think that's great.
And conveniently, when they go visit her, is actually Easter,
It is actually
the holiday.
Yeah, and I think that was intentional. They were trying to talk to her at the height of her power. But yeah, really funny. Of just well, there's white Jesus, and that's
Latino Jesus.
They had all these different Jesuses, and I loved it.
I think there was even kind of a hippie Jesus, which was kind of cool.
What is this? King Arthur's Comedy Club. Yeah, skip. The best part of being raised a feral heathen, religion was viewed from the outside. That's fair.
Yep.
I was kind of raised a heathen.
I mean, I always think about this kind of stuff around Christmas because,
Yep.
Christmas...
It's in the air.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. So growing up Catholic, my parents were super Catholic, worked at the church. My grandparents are super Catholic. I think I had one uncle who just, abstained from church. He's just nah, I'm not going to go. And so I was like, why can't I not go? I don't want to go. And, that was the hugest contention for me as a child, was having to go to church all the time, every week. Sometimes more than once a week. And so, at Christmas, though, Christmas was the one night a year where we would go to church at midnight, and then I didn't have to go to church on Sunday morning if it was on a Sunday. And I was just yes! And it was always a huge fiasco of just
some Christmases I had to go to church like 5 times because my parents would have to go there for one reason or another, and so I would just have to be with them. Like go to the children's mass, go to the teen mass, go to the 8 o'clock mass, go to midnight mass. Still have to go in the morning because my dad's like singing for the church. It was just like, it was a huge thing. And so always around this time of year, I just think like I basically lived at the church most of December. Black Jesus, white Jesus, great Jesus. American Gods, why did you cancel? Oh, did it get canceled? That's interesting. I thought they had season 2. Did they do season 2?
They did other seasons.
Did they? Okay.
It's just like
The book was not that long. Like it's just one book that I know of. I don't think he wrote a second one. I highly recommend reading the book. The book is really good. Did
yeah,
mess
so
with
they were
grandparents once it was
working
slaughtered.
on season 4,
Oh wow.
and it got canceled
Bummer.
in 2021.
Okay.
So, thanks, stars.
I would highly recommend getting the audiobook or something. It's really good.
Also, for people out there, the reason I said thanks, stars is not I'm thanking the stars. It's sarcasm for the company. Stars.
Thank the stars.
Thank the maker.
Yep. I love Thank the Makers.
It's a very common expression said in the Dragon Age universe.
That's right. That was really funny when we heard that the first time, because my friends and I used to just say thank the makers, speaking about like the developers of a game.
Because like if something was pissing us off, it was just like, where is this one thing? Like, why isn't this working? It should be this. It should blah 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 blah. And then like you finally get it. You're like, thank the fucking makers of this game. And, like they finally fix this thing. And then when they started saying that in Dragon Age, we were like, wait, what? That's us. That's our thing.
Yep.
But
The main kind of Christian-like god is just referred to as the maker.
the maker. Yeah. So I say thank the makers, but I'm referring to something different.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they kind of stole it from Star Wars, sort of, because C-3PO also says it quite a bit.
Oh, that's
Thank
funny.
the maker. Referring to Anakin.
Yeah. Please, Father. Father, why? My boy.
I know 2 of the officials' answers were fired. Oh. Seems like some of the stars left, some were fired. Interesting.
Yeah. Like I said, the guy from Anansi, he basically got cut from the show. The guy who slept with the genie also got kicked out.
That was a weird... I didn't think... Like, in the book, that guy does not have a big part. I think that character is just
I mean,
introduced...
even in the show, he doesn't
Yeah, 'cause,
doesn't
like,
have that big of a part. He's just the roadie for that one girl
okay.
who comes back from the dead.
Gotcha. Yeah, in the book, I think it's just an interesting introduction to the Jinn, which is good. Like it's a cool way to look at it. But
It's one of those things that I think like the TV show is just kind of like they make characters where characters aren't really there.
Yep.
What was it?
Add where they think they need a little bit more for TV.
In The Expanse, one of my favorite characters in the show is actually
3 characters in the book. And they're just like, what if that's all the
wow.
same person? And it's like, those are very different people. They're like, we don't care. It's like, okay, great.
Well, if it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes TV needs something different than the book.
I think the reason they did it though is because like
The characters like are only in one book. The character in one book is just there for that book and then they're gone. And then the one character's there for like 2 books and then they're gone. And they were like, what if we just keep the same actor and just have them fill in all of these pieces? It's like, oh, that kind of worked. Still really good characters, just kind of strange. I really like the show. Yeah. Redhead Leprechaun is Genie and the new goddess. Gillian Anderson. Yeah, I was glad Gillian Anderson was she TV or was she media? I think she was media. She might have been TV. I can't remember now.
I think she was TV.
The most powerful American god.
Was media like Facebook?
I think so, yeah. Media was one of the newer gods who's trying to, like, usurp power from the old gods.
Right.
Because there was like Mr. World,
Mm-hmm.
which was, can't remember who he just played. He played.
I didn't think they showed his character. I thought that was kind of the point.
They did.
They did. Okay.
He shows up in the show when they're at Easter's house.
Oh no, it's Marty McFly's dad, isn't it?
Maybe?
I think it is. I can't remember his name. Oh my god, this guy keeps texting me to get my gutters clean. It's like, who are you? Why do you have my number? Get out of here. Alright, I'm done. I'm done with this goat, minotaur, Krampus thing.
Crispin Glover is his name.
Is that the same guy, or am I thinking of someone completely different?
Oh, let me see.
Let's go ahead and roll another one.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, I did it.
He also played in Alice in Wonderland, Charlie's Angels.
Okay.
He was also in Willard.
Yep, alright.
If you...
The automaton Artificer, his faceplate splits in the middle with a comedy mask on one side and a tragedy on the other. Okay. Wait, is he an automaton Artificer? Yeah, it says faceplate, so I assume he's a robot, not an artificer that makes automatons.
Why not both?
Yeah, why not both? What color are we doing here? A green? Burning, welcome in. Hello, hello. Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
So there's
Miller
Technical
Gorilla,
Boy.
thank you. Yep, Crispin Glover. Thank you for adding that. Welcome in, but to the Twitch, by the way. There is a poll up on YouTube if people want to vote for that, for the next color I use. I'm going to use green for this one, and then we're going to draw this Artificer, and then we'll roll the dice again. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I get to draw a robot and I get to draw a mask, so these things are going well for me. So far, so good.
The dice gods are being benevolent.
Yep.
Yeah, so I looked up the new god. So there's Technical Boy, which is the god of computers and the internet, who's basically just e-boy.
Yeah.
Nice.
In the show, he literally like wears god-awful fascia and vapes all the time, like an e-boy.
Yeah, I liked that aspect of his, like, he's just, I think in the book they describe him as always smelling faintly like burning electronics. And so when they had him vaping, I was just like, that's amazing. Like, that's perfect.
Yep. There was Media, which is the goddess of television. And then there's the Spooks, which is led by Mr. World, and they represent
They're like big government.
Men in Black.
Yeah.
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 They are the embodiment of Big Brother.
It's a good book. It's a good book.
That's amazing. I'm also a little bit glad that it was written when it was, so that we don't have to also include Flat Earth and MAGA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. These live stream ads
And-
are cutting in or not fun. I'm sorry about that.
Anti-vax.
Yep. It's interesting though, when Shadow meets Jesus, Shadow's the main character.
Mm-hmm.
He talks like how some of the new gods have taken a weight off him because they become gods of ignorance, intolerance, self-righteousness, idiocy, and blame.
Oh yeah, so people
All the
stop
things
doing
that
things in the
people-
name of Jesus.
Yep, and like, it's like really takes a weight off me because I'm tired of embodying those things that people force on him. Like, huh, nice.
Must be a new thing. Yeah, I think YouTube started doing the ad. I have it set on like a balanced whatever. But because I don't have the streams. Let's see if what I can do about that. I can make it conservative, balanced, or aggressive. We could probably switch it down to conservative. We'll see what happens.
Just as long as it doesn't give us conservative media ads, I'll be fine.
What kind of trucks do you want?
Stupid flippin' flutes. I think it's one person. I think one person has put all of their music up for use in this. And like they're not a bad musician. It's just a lot of flute. It's just a lot of flute. The green makes me think of Salsa Verde. That is green salsa, which is just green sauce. So yeah. I mean, make your money. Just never noticed it before. It could also be just kind of popping up more aggressively today than normal for some reason. Everybody's off work, so your drawing is making me hungry. You know, I can't help that. That's on you.
I will say, when I was watching American Gods pretty regularly, I really like Chernabog.
Chernabog? Yeah. He's
Like-
good. He's one of my favorite characters too.
Really old, powerful, dark god, just reduced to working at a slaughter farm.
Mm-hmm.
How sad.
Yeah, I would suggest getting the book, man. It's great. I think you would enjoy it. I might have a paperback copy of it somewhere.
And of course, they got that one actor to play a Russian character because he plays every like Eastern European accent.
Okay, let me open that back up. Sorry, I had to message somebody real quick. Dum, 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 dum.
What else can we do to make this guy look more artificery? Do all artificers get plate mail, or only the steel defenders?
Only, yeah, only the battlesmiths do,
Battlesmiths. Okay.
and armorers. Wait, actually, I don't think steel defenders get plate. I think they just get
Yeah.
medium.
I think they get studded leathers.
Yeah, their thing is they get it like a martial weapon. because you're basically being protected by your steel defender.
So that makes sense.
What's that on the left? I'm trying to draw a robot.
It's a Artificer automaton. And I'm still deciding how to parse this
so
out.
all artificers have light and medium armor and are proficient in simple weapons.
Okay.
And Battlesmith gets martial weapons, and the armor gets heavy armor.
Officers need a Tony Stark chest orb, a clockwork top hat, or a plague doctor mask.
Those are the choices. I'd probably go with the Tony Stark then.
Denied.
Yeah, my Goblin Artificer has a
Iron Man suit?
Spider Musketeer aesthetic.
Ah. He's the one with the horse with 1,000 hands, right?
Yep, correct.
Love it.
The Ttrpg.
You're a terrible human being, George.
I know. I have never pretended to be anything else. Not my fault you people play with me.
We have no one else to play with, so it's fine.
Well,
Tough
then
it out.
beggars can't be choosers. So suck it up.
My least favorite expression ever.
Suck it up, Buttercup.
God, it's so infuriating. I want to bust someone in the mouth every time I hear that. We'll suck it up, Buttercup. I was like... Hope you step on a thumbtack. Barefooted.
My current response to that sort of thing is, I'm Pan. Don't threaten me with a good time.
These are things
Fair.
my uncles used to say to me, so you guys are both way off base in my mind.
I mean, I've had family members say it to me, and I'd still hate it.
I always thought it was kind of funny. But I've never had someone say it to me like being vitriol. So.
Oh, really? I've only ever had it said to me being vitriol.
Same. Anywho.
Is the Buttercup thing a Southern thing? I don't know. Apparently not. I mean, like, I grew up in Idaho.
I don't think so.
Idaho was like kind of Southern for for touching Canada.
I maintain that Idaho is the Western United States is Florida. They're both vaguely phallic shaped. They both have a whole bunch of people that just want to do whatever they want.
Do what I want.
And neither seems to care much what anybody else in the rest of the country thinks about them, so...
Are we talking about Idaho or Utah?
Idaho.
I'm talking about you.
That's fair. I guess I do not care what other people think.
Utah cares a great deal about what the rest of the country thinks of them, outside of being prejudiced about their Mormonism, air quotes.
I'm just being snippy now. I'm
Mm.
done with this conversation.
We should not be
I'm
talking
from Texas.
about religion anyway.
And I don't really hear it said around here, though Texas is a little part of the South, though, so I ain't a Texan thing.
Texas is just like, no, I don't have anything good to say. I was gonna make a joke about like being northern Mexico, but
I mean, it
used
was
to be.
historically.
Yeah.
historically it was. Yeah, that's why I didn't make the joke because it's like, I'm
Remember
just
the Alamo.
trying to be snippy.
Yeah, we can move on to something else. Let's go back to Christmas cookies.
Oh yeah,
You will have to tell me how your pfeffernusse turn out,
it's I think it's
and whether or
chilled
not
enough,
you like them.
so
Yeah,
I can
probably.
I am a fan of just the powdered sugar on top.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy on the internet was like, "No, do a glaze." I'm like, "I'm not gonna glaze a bunch of cookies. Like, I'm gonna make not shortbread cookies, sugar cookies. I'll probably put glaze on those, but like, I'm not gonna glaze my pfeffernusse."
Imagine when they mean glaze, it's just like take a
Icing.
small amount of milk
No.
and powdered sugar.
Yeah. I mean, they want you to make a frosting, but like a liquidy frosting, and just dip
Yeah.
them. I almost forget that Idaho exists entirely. That's totally fair. When I was growing up, every time I would talk to somebody on the internet about Idaho, they're like, "Is it true that there are more cows than people there?" And I would always have to say yes, because that was true at the time. Now, not so much, because now it's just full of Californians. So now there's more Californians than
Californians can't live in
Idahoans there.
California anymore, so it's impossible to live in California now. So
Yeah,
they have to go somewhere.
they all went to Idaho, and now Idaho costs the same as California. So fun.
Like it's your real, like the people who are renting out stuff's fault, not so much Californians.
Yeah,
Well, no, there was a bunch of people that came through. You're partially right. You're partially right, because there was a big chunk of people that don't even like live in the United States that bought a bunch of stuff in Idaho, and then there were a bunch of Californians that
Basically bought 2 or 3 of my friends' family farms and just turned them into subdivisions and apartment complexes. So, yeah, because I mean, like, if you live in California, you sell your house for $20 million, and then you just buy part of Idaho. And it's just like, great, cool.
so yeah, it's a little
Scrubbed up right now.
yeah. It's not just Idaho. Utah's getting a fair amount of influx as well.
It's still true of
think
Wyoming,
so.
though. Yeah, I forget about Wyoming, too.
Oh yeah. Same.
I don't, because Yellowstone.
Need a dusting, and that's it.
yeah. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm just gonna dust it with the powdered sugar. Call it a day.
Yeah, I think that my favorite way to have pfeffernusse is with a lemon glaze.
That's
I
what
think
the
it
guy
goes
was
really-
talking about, and I was just like, "How dare you?" How
I think it goes particularly well with the anise and the pepper flavor, but also that's a lot of work, and so when I make pfeffernusse, I never actually make the glaze. I just roll them in powdered sugar
funny.
because it's good enough.
We don't make cookies, so none of this stuff really applies.
Could always start.
Yep.
No.
There's always this year.
I think this is probably the first year I've actually made Christmas cookies.
I
The
didn't
only
actually make any Christmas cookies this year. I usually participate, but I didn't this year.
I'm pretty sure I'm not going to convince my parents just to buy all-purpose flour just to make cookies, because the only flour we actually use is self-rising flour.
You can use that.
Oh, you are that level of South, huh?
Well, the only thing we really bake on a regular basis is cornbread, and so we mix a little bit of self-rising flour with the cornmeal.
Fair.
You can still use it. It's just going to be puffy. You just wouldn't add the baking soda, I think. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's already got mixed in. I liked the ribs, and I hate what I've done here, so I'm gonna try that again.
Feels very Necron.
Yeah. I mean, he makes more robots, so I wanted to make him a little creepy. I'm a robot that makes robots. It's like, don't do that. Stop what you're doing.
If they're sentient, then that's just reproduction. That's fine.
California's all Airbnb now, so we got to live somewhere else. Sounds right.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's okay. Give it a couple of years, the housing market will completely crash there, and then more wealthy people will be able to afford to buy their houses again and make it 10 times worse.
Yep.
Kind of want Californians to move here, because then that would like fill up the space and probably bring more jobs,
Yeah.
or at least more stores.
Got to talk to Amazon. Got to have Amazon for that.
Nah, no thank you.
I mean, you can't have one or the other. You can't have 1 million Californians move in and work at the local convenience store. You either gotta get a casino or you gotta get Amazon.
I don't think it exactly works like that, but not fair.
I mean, that's essentially what happened to Idaho. Idaho was just nothing, and then Micron moved in.
If anything, I would rather have Google move in
Sure, that's fair.
than Amazon. I mean, we do have like Amazon shipping plant thing, whatever. Only in the big city.
Sure.
But also, like, if a lot of Californians will move here and stay here, maybe we'll get McConnell out before he kicks the bucket.
Oh, you just want more Democrats to move.
Yes!
Fortunately, the Californian Democrats don't move. They're all scared.
Well, they all
They're
live in
scared to
one.
move to- The people that are moving to Idaho are the ones that agree with Idaho. If that makes
Yep.
sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
The ones that are moving to Utah are the ones that agree with Utah, which terrifies me, honestly.
I do want 20 wives. Sorry, that's an old poll. that's dated.
We're spicy today.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
Also, you were having issues with internet, so it's okay to be a little spicy.
A little spice.
At least for you.
You spice?
You spice?
You spice? The spice melange.
Makes the galaxy go.
Space worm poop.
Yep.
Thought it was space worm eggs.
Nope, it's poop.
No. And how does it turn people into space worms?
It's a side effect of the poop. It's the chemicals. It opens your mind, and then you just slowly become the universe.
And the universe is space worms?
Correct.
Okay.
Don't think about it too hard.
Don't worry. I try really hard not to think too much about Dune. I've learned just enough about it to know that it's
Convoluted, I believe is the word.
yeah, super convoluted and also like problematic.
Is it problematic?
It was it's Space Lawrence of Arabia essentially.
Oh, gotcha. White savior, understood.
Yeah. White savior does.
To be fair, just
The only defense I have for this is that he was genetically engineered illegally to become the Space Jesus. So, like, they cheated the system a little bit.
Yeah.
Typical rich people.
yeah, exactly.
Well, like
Not
Except
only
that,
is he Space Jesus, but he is like okay, problematic. I can see problematic.
He's also not the Space Jesus that was supposed to be, because the Bene Gesserits were like doing a very specific eugenics program, and Lady Jessica
Just jump the shark.
totally decided to do her own thing to see if she could get them to where they wanted to be faster, and basically gets us excommunicated for it.
Yeah.
Because
I thought Stranger in Strangeland was weird.
I haven't seen that.
Very
oh,
problematic. By what, Richard Heinlein, I think is his name.
Space Jesus, unlike regular Jesus, is a woman, but has to hide it.
Yeah,
not
I don't
in
get that
Dune.
reference moniker. Yeah, not in Dune. The universe needs to be dewormed. It was what I was getting there. I mean, no, there's nothing wrong with
The worms or the spice. It's just that the spice is controlled by a select few, and that's not cool. The people of Dune are being exploited for their spice.
because they need it for the navigators.
Mm-hmm. How are you supposed to navigate the stars unless you're snorting spice? Come on, people.
Space worm shit makes the economy go. So important that it makes emperors and kills empires.
Yep.
Dune is super weird.
It's super weird. I like it though. Like, I don't know if I'll ever read the books, but like just the concept of the universe is really cool. So I
Yeah. I think I agree with that. I could not finish the book. I like a lot of the lore, and I haven't watched the new one, but I watched both of the old versions. I actually really like them. I know not a lot of people do, but they are interesting to me.
It's a secondhand retelling when Frank Herbert read about the Maddist War. It would not surprise me. Historical fiction, but set in the future. Cool. So let me ask y'all, what do you prefer, a higher percent of combat or the higher percent of role-playing in D&D games?
I am a combat junkie. Like, I love a good puzzle and a good
Gross.
tricky fight.
I'm kidding.
I'm actually a skill mule. I like puzzles to solve that aren't necessarily combat related, which I think probably leads more towards roleplay. But yeah, I want the roleplay, but I still want to be able to roll my dice. Which I think also shows in the types of classes I like to play, because I really like to play monks and rogues and druids.
I think I've only ever seen you play a druid and a wizard. I don't know if I've ever seen you play a monk.
I've played a lot of games that I haven't played with you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if I've ever seen you play one of those.
I've never seen Drew play a wizard.
What was the last one that you just did?
Cleric.
Was it cleric? Okay.
Yeah.
Brave cleric.
Okay, I think I'm done with this bad boy.
Brave Cleric of the Raven Queen. I'm finally done with my Veggie Pygmy 2.
Not comical, not funny. Very sci-fi.
Just the savage. I think one of my favorite retelling movies is like The 13th Warrior, which is just
Good. Yeah.
a retelling of Beowulf.
Antonio Banderas, right? Like.
Yep.
Beowulf's
Also written
good.
by the same guy who did Jurassic Park.
Really?
Michael Crichton?
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yep.
He did Hunt for the
And-
Red October too, right?
I think so.
Look that up for me. I know all of these movies and I love Michael Crichton, but I don't. That doesn't sound right.
No, you're right. Red October is Tom Clancy.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
I read like all of Michael Crichton and a bunch of Tom Clancy and like a couple of other authors all at the same time, so I get them mixed up constantly.
8.
Hey, Bernie's here.
Oh, I already drew that one. Welcome in, Bernie.
It is absolutely a Michael Crichton book. And you can tell because the ending is just, I guess it's over.
Okay.
What dice am I rolling?
Roll me a d20.
Okay.
He also did Congo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 4.
A male water genasi, noble genie warlock, wearing noble clothes and has a decanter as a spell focus.
Okay.
And I'm going to draw the red-brained Migo Spore Druid. I don't know what that is. If you don't know, that's the Cthulhu Christmas carols. Oh, okay. I highly recommend you check them out. So, Cthulhu Spore Druid.
And blue genie noble with an I Dream of Genie bottle.
Oh, super creepy. I dig it. What color are we doing?
Gross. I love it.
Sick! Eaters of the Dead. Alright.
Oh yeah. Because the book is not referred to as the 13th Warrior, but Eaters of the Dead.
Okay.
Well, I think when the movie came out, some publishing companies released it under that title. So.
Me go, you go, we all go together. Nice. Burning, did you want to draw with us today?
Not today.
Okay. Wait, was this supposed to be... Hold on a second. Spore Druid.
Poor Druid.
But, like, is it a... Okay, hold on, I gotta look this up again. They were pinkish things about 5 feet long, with crustaceous bodies bearing vast pairs of dorsal fins, or membranes. Or membrane? Wow.
Membranous.
Membranous wings. Yeah. Several sets of articulating limbs. And with a sort of convoluted elliptoid, covered with multitudes of very short antennas, where their heads would ordinarily be. Creepy. Creepy and great. I don't know how to make this a person. Is it a spore druid, or is it just a creepy eldritch monster that is vomiting spores everywhere all the time? You're a water elemental. What? It's I think one of my favorite, like, Adventure Time moments. When Fire Princess breaks up with Finn. It's so funny.
Oh.
Oh, that makes sense. Because he starts crying, and she's like, oh, you're a water elemental. And I'm like, that's stupid. I'm like, wait. Oh my god. Are people water elementals?
I would argue more mud elementals.
No, according to Hank Green, we are lava monsters.
Lava monsters, hey. I guess we do boil our own water, don't we?
Hmm. Well, cosmically, water is found as ice more often than as liquid water, and ice cosmically acts like stone, so water is lava, and you are a lava monster.
Basically, just quote that entire video.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've only watched it 4,000 times. It's one of my favorite shorts.
What a nerd.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Right there with you.
I'm not gonna fight this. You know, I'm just gonna walk away from it. I'm just gonna let it go.
We're not
It's-
fighting.
It's a joke.
I expected better.
Nerds are cool and hip.
Technically.
I gotta go check on my beef jerky. 1 second. Un momento.
Por favor.
Real good. That's real good.
I think I might be getting sick. Great.
That's no good.
I'm sorry. Just in time for Christmas.
I mean,
Hooray!
secretly a boon for me, so. Because I can use it not to hang out with my other part of my family.
Have you ever thought about leaving?
Every day.
Every day.
But Christmas is something that's implied that we go to, like, all the time, so.
No, like leaving Kentucky so you don't have to. Leave Kentucky, find a job.
We were talking about this the other day, about like dealing with family,
and like the amount of people that I know that always struggle with like, it's Christmas, I have to go see my family. It's like, you don't have to. Like, if you want to, that's fine. Go do that. If it's a struggle, but you still want to see them, that's fine too. But if you don't, just don't. And so, like,
I think there's kind of that thought of things I have to do. It's like, you really don't. Like, you can want to spend family with your friends.
Want to spend the holidays with your friends, and that's okay. Like,
I think that's something people need to get kind of used to. When I was like 19 or 20, it was very much like, hey, you know what? I think I'm going to spend Thanksgiving with like my friends from college. Like, it's simpler that way. I don't have to move anywhere and deal with anything. And while my family's like, oh, that's sad, but it's like, but I get it. Like, that's totally fine. So maybe my family's just cooler than that, but
Yeah, like you had an understanding family.
super Catholic, guilty fan. But
Hey, I would have rather have had the Catholic family than the family I had.
can always find a new one. That's what I'm saying.
That's true.
Yep.
Which, that's not totally directed at you, Corvus.
I mean,
You can, but I think finding a family is important, and I think it's good to do that kind of stuff. I don't know what I'm drawing anymore, and I'm just gonna let it happen.
I need healing.
Family, yeah.
Found it.
Is ice a rock and water lava? So that damn it, Drew. Don't make me talk about this. This is YouTube Shorts, but it's Hank Green. Is ice a rock? I don't think so. I don't think so. Which is the crux of the whole rest of the conversation. Is it a funny joke and goof 'em up? Yes.
It is absolutely. It's just funny to watch Hank like freak out about it because by all geological definitions, ice fits the definition of a rock.
I mean, it's a crystalline structure, but it's a crystalline structure of multiple molecules, and so it's like, I guess that counts.
Well,
Yeah.
rocks are multiple molecules.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, so if you have like a normal crystal, you can have like, I'm
trying to think of how to put this. If you have diamond, it is carbon, right?
Yep.
But you can have diamond with impurities, like last within it. So ice is hydrogen and oxygen. And if you create a crystalline structure out of it, is that the same as a diamond? I don't think it is, because it's a crystalline structure of a larger molecule. And I don't know. I don't know that for a fact. So that's where I'm getting. That's where I'm curious. I'm actually curious about it.
Okay. Well, Vsauce tweeted, ice is a mineral. It is a naturally occurring inorganic solid with a definite chemical composition and crystal structure. It forms non-mineralic rocks like ice cubes.
Okay, there you go.
By definition, or yeah, by the geological definitions of what a rock is, ice fits.
I will
Ice
say,
qualifies.
Hank does these videos just to give geologists headaches.
Yeah, and like it doesn't really matter, right?
Right,
It is just a goof 'em up.
It's all fish or
Yeah.
not fish. Like, it doesn't. At the end of the day, it doesn't really
100%. 100%.
Because, like, rock is definitely in that category, like, a fish. It doesn't really describe anything. Though mineral is a bit more specific.
Which is why why I threw my hands up, right? Because it's like, wait, why would you classify water as a mineral? Yeah, and I can't wrap my head around that because I don't know why you would.
Yeah.
But with that definition, that fits. Okay. Technically, rules as written, that is correct. Not within the spirit of the...
And if something's hot enough, it'll eventually become a liquid.
Yeah,
It's-
exactly.
Yeah, no, like our perspective is literally just that it's water. That water is its own thing, and that our perspective is just because we happen to live on a planet that has liquid water, which
Fair
is
enough.
extremely rare.
Oh,
right?
did redeem Skip Cat pets, by the way. Okay, let me go pet Skip Cat. He's over here. Sorry, I didn't see the Twitch chat for a second. Pacific mineral sound like sea salt. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, because like when we talk about rocks, right? Like,
Yep.
oh, if you can, you. Don't touch me till the tuna fish shows up. It was supposed to be here yesterday, and it's not here yet. He's very upset.
How dare they?
Oh yeah, bitches. Thank you for the Skip Cat pets, and drink your water. I will do that. It's all about the phrasing you're using. Yeah. And it could be just because we have like, yeah, you wouldn't consider rocks to be frozen rocks, right? So I think that
No, but they are a solid state of a liquid.
Right. So either everything is liquid or everything is rocks.
Well, I mean,
If we're talking about states of matter, then yes.
Yes. So specifically when you're talking about, to say that we're, I think this started because you said we were lava elementals.
yeah.
Yes.
And so yeah, so at that point, anything that is anything is a lava elemental.
Correct. All life on Earth is a lava monster.
Which at that point, I think that's an over. Like we might as well just be matter creatures at that point. And it's just like I think the classification system is broken down.
I'm pretty sure the point is that Earth is a horrifying hellscape, and we should all be terrified of each other because we're eldritch monsters.
Oh yeah, like water is an acid. Like
Yeah,
it's very neutral.
a terrifying organic solvent.
Uh-huh. I said acid. Solvent, yes. That is what I meant. I didn't say.
I mean, anything can be a guess. Honestly, there's no state of matter that is default. It's all a matter of perspective.
Right, and that's where molecular compounds comes into play. Like you can liquefy a person, but it is no longer a person.
Yeah.
You can't reconstitute it into a person. Where if you have water, you can you can liquefy it, vaporize it, and then it reconstitutes back into water. It takes a lot of energy to break it into its individual components. So why can't everything be a plasma? It kind of is. Like that's the thing. So words mean things, and sometimes they don't. And I kind of hate it.
Your poor scientific brain.
Why would you do this? That's the question. Why would you do this?
Mineral, by definition, is, according to the Oxford English Dictionary, a solid inorganic substance of natural occurrence. It blah 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 blah. Wikipedia says a mineral is, broadly speaking, a solid substance with a fairly well-defined chemical composition and specific crystal structure that occurs naturally in pure form.
Okay. So, the real issue here...
We need a more specific term for minerals.
Correct. We're going to need one, specifically, because we've only really ever looked at... like that's the basis of like room temperature, right? So
yeah,
we're already subjectively saying that this level of definition is for things at room temperature, because like we find ice in some parts of the world that are almost always ice unless there's not an ice age or the temperature of the planet heats up and then it's going to be different, right? So technically, depending on how you define that variable, because there's no temperature defined in the thing, saying that something is found in a natural state at a solid level doesn't have enough information to make that a clarifying statement. So like that's just it's a bad statement unless we have those principles in mind. Once we start looking at other planets, none of those are going to make sense, because then almost everything is going to be a mineral unless it's on a gas giant or something. So
Titan, the moon of Jupiter, has liquid methane, so like obviously that's not a mineral because it occurs naturally there in liquid form. Anyway, Wikipedia goes on. The geological definition of mineral normally excludes compounds that occur only in living organisms. However, some minerals are often biogenic, such as calcite.
Ooh, interesting.
Or organic compounds in the sense of chemistry, such as melite, which is an mineral I'm not familiar with. Moreover, living organisms often synthesize inorganic materials such as hydrosilicate that also occurs in rocks. The concept of mineral is distinct from rock, which is any bulk solid geologic material that is relatively homogeneous at a large enough scale. So ice is so we're getting to ice as a mineral but not a rock, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah, because I've always, even in elementary school, I was told like minerals and rocks are not you should not think of them as the same thing.
Yeah. This is why I became a philosopher and theology major,
It is about its form's nature is the thing that it like. That's fair.
Same.
I took a lot of philosophy classes and taught biology.
Oh, so that's what's wrong with you.
Yeah, I studied everything until my brain broke, and now nothing makes me happy. So, it's all just broken.
You either stay philosophy or science. You should never do the two together.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wrote my thesis on that.
My thesis is about combining art and science, and it's bad. So don't do it. Anyways, yeah. So I don't know. All these things are probably correct, and none of it matters. So
True.
who knows?
I'm getting the sense that there is no temperature definition that follows mineral because it is supposed to be about the state of the material, and therefore the definition is like meteor, meteoroid, and meteorite. Mineral then becomes a very specific definition that describes the state of the thing that is
being discussed. Yeah.
that is being discussed. Yeah.
Yeah. So
So if we're talking about in space, relative to space, then ice is a mineral and behaves like a rock because it is so cold that's just the way the structure behaves. And therefore, if we are talking from that perspective, then ice is lava. But from the perspective of Earth, where liquid water is generally the norm, that definition no longer holds up.
Context, people.
Context matters.
Hot,
and,
molten, or subfluid rock eruption from a volcano or fissure. Solid rock resulting from cooling of this.
No.
Wait, so did we decide that water is a mineral and not a rock, or rock and not a mineral?
All of the people who know more than I do about this have stated that it is a mineral and not a rock.
Okay, so
I
then
do
it is
know
not liquid, or
specifically-
it's not lava. Lava is specifically liquefied rock, not liquefied minerals, which is separate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I did not know that definition about lava. I thought that was magma.
Magma is lava that has not breached the crust yet, so it's still
Okay.
underground.
Same thing, just different location.
Yeah. Words mean things, and also don't.
If you have
That's
a big
gonna be on
pool
my
of wa-
that's gonna be on my tombstone. Words mean things, and some of them don't.
If you have a big pool of lava, when does it stop becoming lava and start becoming magma?
When it's underground. I see what you're saying.
yeah, that's a good question. Can internal lava structures create magma pools inside of a lava structure?
I think for it to be magma, it has to be in the mantle.
Correct. Yeah.
And so, like, even if it's in the crust, it's still considered lava.
Molten water elementals. Can we go with that? Can we agree on that definition?
I
Is
think
that a compromise?
I think that the molten is redundant because water is inherently liquid.
But we're not.
Moving on.
I officially hate this discussion.
I'm sorry. I did not mean for it to go this far.
And yet here
It
we
was
are.
just supposed to be a goof 'em up.
Here we are.
Science is a curse. We should not listen to it. Let's just believe our own little things.
I
and
hate
move
that.
on.
I hate that more.
That is so much worse. It's so much worse.
You need.
Oh man.
How about
D&D
this?
people.
I'm not a geologist. I'm going to leave it to the geologists.
I remember being at a conference once, and I told people I was a scientist, and they got very mad because I was the art kid, and I was like, no, I just like I wasn't allowed. Like I got gatekeeped really hard because I didn't have a science degree, an art degree, And I was trying to make the point that, like, as long as everybody is studying and working, like, you don't have to have a degree to be a scientist. And that made a lot of professors very mad.
Even though I still stand by that. Like, anybody can be a scientist. But there are qualified scientists that have, you know...
Very, very well functioning and deserved degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Science is important, people. I wasn't supposed to give this normal arms. I'm now realizing. This should be just bug arms, I think. I also still don't know how to make this a spore druid.
Just have a bunch of mushrooms coming off of it.
That's true. I forgot about the mushrooms. I think there was a specific type of mushroom that I was supposed to draw too, and I just totally forgot about it.
Oh yeah, there definitely was. I don't even remember the name, and I did not recognize it.
It was a red something.
So, is it budding?
I mean, I hope not. This is the problem that I have with, like, YouTube Shorts. Not YouTube Shorts, but like D&D Shorts. I should email that guy and just yell at him.
Email him and be like, I don't like the stuff you make.
I respect you as a creator, but I don't like your crap. Because you're right, like, it is. It's just a goof 'em up, right? And at the end of the day, it's
Yep.
like, but like, it's so easy to get pedantic about that kind of stuff because it is all, like, the twisting of language.
Yes.
And it's like, you can have huge heated debates about stuff, and it doesn't do anything. It's just
No,
like,
yeah.
Why are we here? What's happening? When did we get to this point?
Just to suffer.
Like I said,
Ever so slow.
Earth is hell. We are Eldritch horrors and Eldritch abominations.
Debatable.
Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about if aliens landed and, like, looked at the human race and they met a vegan,
They're like, so you don't just eat the plants, you specifically eat just their sexual organs. It's like that's a really dark way to classify that, because, like, if all you ever eat is, like, flower buds and fruits,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's like that's really cryptic. Like, you can reword anything to be anything.
it's funny to think about that kind of stuff.
How people used to think some people were cannibals because they supposedly ate the body and blood of their Lord and Savior.
Yeah.
Like,
Transubstantiation, my friend.
yep, Catholics were cannibals. You heard it here, folks.
Well, then you kind of get into the definition of cannibalism, which isn't strictly eating human flesh.
We need to. Yeah, we need to move out of the realm of actually.
Hey, we talked about your thing for a while.
And you got real pissed, and I'm trying to save you from more of that. All right, fine. Go ahead. I won't interrupt
This
you.
is unfortunately the curse of nerds, is the burning desire to be actually correct.
It's true. It's true. So I go ahead, burning. I won't interrupt you again. Brooke's right.
No, it's alright.
I think burning hit it. Yeah.
I remember learning about that and just, like, my brain breaking. So
That's because of Greek philosophy.
It boils down to eating a dead person is not cannibalism. It's called something else. Killing and eating someone is cannibalism, and that's the main difference.
Jesus was totally cool with it, so it's okay. He asked me
Which
to
is
do it.
why, and we're back to Stranger in a Strange Land, which is why it was okay that they were, that it was a book about a, Zionistic, cannibalistic sex cult.
Yep.
Totally the purest form of Christianity and religion.
God, I hate that book so much.
It's
Uh,
a lot.
Yep.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Blessed Yule.
Merry Christmas.
I love eating the body and blood of Christ. Theophage? Theophages?
I think it's anthrophagus, or theophagus is probably eating. Yeah, that'd be like eating a god or religious figure.
Every D&D character's dream. To eat a god.
I did slip something on the World of Darkness. Werewolf the Forsaken. Red
Yeah,
mesospores? Is this yours,
Mesospores?
Atomic? Because if so, you can clarify whatever it is I'm supposed to be doing. Change the subject.
Divert! Divert!
Uh,
I got into an argument with a priest once about this.
That does not surprise me.
Nope.
Yeah. So like I've had these discussions before.
I mean, earlier I was going to try to bring up, because we're talking about ice, I was like, did you know during World War II we tried to make a battleship made of ice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And sawdust?
Yeah, it
I
worked
agree.
great. That's how we won the war, right?
Sure.
I mean, yeah, only in the North Pole.
I mean, the Mythbusters did something on that, and if I remember right, the material wasn't entirely, like a failure.
No. So there's two problems wrong with Pykrete.
I think it's super heavy, like,
Well-
or like dense.
It is super heavy and dense, but that doesn't matter because it's frozen, and if you're building a boat, like displacement works. Like you can build a boat pretty much out of anything. I think there are a few things that you can't, but like the way displacement works, you can find a way to make it float. So that wasn't the problem. The problem with it was that because it is a frozen substance, anytime you have a frozen substance touching salt water, it changes the density of which does dissolve, so that makes it even more difficult. And then two, the like if you put a block of ice out in the sun anywhere or run air by it, convection destroys it. So
Yeah.
you basically would have to keep upkeep and rebuilding it over and over again, or refreezing it in a place of like it has a life, a limiting factor on it because of the way it wears down.
Yeah.
So
So it was totally structurally sound, but because of the way physics works,
the amount of
it
energy
was still non-viable.
non-viable. Yeah, it's just a non-viable thing for building a ship. You could do it, but like steel is just better. So if steel doesn't exist, you can definitely stretch your wood materials, and essentially that's what we do now with fiberglass was kind of the first big jump for that, but now like you can make a whole bunch of stuff out of like wood fiber fills and resin composites. So the research of how to make and can make things with that basically evolved into resins, which is still super cool. Like the structural components of making things stronger by adding sawdust or paper or fill, it makes the expensive resin part much more affordable. Whereas with water was the cheap part, and so they're like, we can build anything out of this. And it's like, yeah, but it's not great. So
It does work. It's just not very. Like, why?
why are we doing this?
Yeah,
Build
yeah,
a fortress out of it.
Yeah, oh, it's absolutely. Like, build the wall, right? The Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones wall is essentially build it out of ice. Why not? And that's igloos and that work with that. So, but
yeah.
yeah, you're gonna have to either A, pump water, B, find ice that already exists, melt it, infuse it, refreeze it. It's just like this is weird and unnecessary.
Make it out of metal. Make it out of wood.
what problem are you solving by using Pykrete? That's really the question. And the answer was nothing.
Yep.
Why are we doing this?
I thought they were trying to save on steel.
They probably
Yeah.
were.
Because of German U-boats getting in the way.
Whamp. How whamp. I think I'm gonna stop on this one. Like I can noodle weird abomination things all day. Like I can just keep going.
Yep.
And it's just gonna keep getting weirder and weirder. Look for Bone Shadow. Is that a mushroom? What was Bone Shadow for? Or is that your suggestion? Is there one called Bone Shadow on there somewhere? Yeah, okay. No, I see that. I gotcha. Yeah, it's on the list already. What's y'all favorite class? Fighter's pretty good. Cleric is probably my favorite, though.
Druid's my favorite.
I'm a fan of Rogue.
None.
No.
Oh, aren't you just the edgiest?
I just now realized, and I forgot it earlier, if Bry is still here, you did do a super chat, so if you want, I will draw a Krampus. If you have a Krampus suggestion. Please let me know. Otherwise, I will just keep drawing the other thing. Did really well in science, but prefer history. Man, history is my dumb stat. History and geography, I don't care. I'm so bad.
Geography is my dump stat. Yeah.
All right, what are we doing here?
Why y'all have an A?
The Lord Librarian.
To fill in y'all's failings.
I'm gonna take a quick break, refill my water. I think my jerky is done, so I need to take that off the heater before it gets too weird. My entire
Or
school
it turns
career.
into Pemmican.
Yeah. Her school career is based on the fact that I want to eventually time travel. I mean, good luck.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's an achievable goal, but it's a goal you can follow.
Well, last I heard, it is theoretically possible, but it requires infinite energy. So, good luck with that.
For traveling forward, yes.
I mean, we're all time traveling forward.
Yeah.
Just at a fixed rate. If we want a variable speed.
Quick to the stars. Drain the star of energy.
We can vary it. We just, have to go very fast.
Or live fast.
The problem with this is the closer you get to the speed of light, the more you become energy. And vice versa. So, we'll have to figure that out. I'm going to be right back, and then we're going to draw some more stuff. I'm going to refill my glass. I will be right back. Hang tight, everybody. And I will see you in a minute.
Burn bright, people.
Physics is awfully weird, isn't it?
Hence why I don't mess with it. There are more qualified people out there to discuss it than I am, so I ain't gonna touch it. I don't hate science, my brain isn't built for it.
Fair.
It's built for understanding the complex mindfucks that is religion, not science. It's like, oh yeah, I understand why people would believe this.
Mine
like
is
in a
not
lot
built for it.
I feel like in a lot of ways, all the religion stuff is more that's harder to deal with mentally.
Yeah, I agree.
Because as much as we're like bickering about semantics, science is straightforward. It follows rules.
Yeah. And actually tells you when they discover that the rules change or definitions need to change. Even if people don't like it. Sorry, Pluto's just not a planet because the definition of planet had to change.
That's their fault for changing it.
We
It's
would have
God's
had
fault
like
for making exoplanets.
not just exoplanets. We have enough objects in the solar system that they would have had like I think 7 more planets.
Yeah,
7 might not be the right number, but
a lot.
yeah.
I'm not saying philosophy and religion are perfect, Lord no. I'm just saying I understand it better than just maths.
That's fair.
Numbers are made up to me. They're more magic than medieval magic is to me, which is sad. I'm not a Pythagorean.
Oh, I totally would have been part of Pythagoras' cult.
You would. And for those who don't know, Pythagoras, i.e. the guy who we attribute to the a squared plus b squared equals c squared, kind of had a math cult. And it was very weird.
Yeah.
The whole idea of it kind of persisted all the way up until medieval times, where you had like ideas of like each planet had its own unique sound and music associated with it.
Yeah. The thing that I think would make me susceptible to Pythagoras' cult is their idea of unified or like perfect aesthetics as related to math. That would have got me. I would have bought into that shit.
Also, when I mean cult, I don't mean like the term that modern Americans throw around willy-nilly for any minor religious group. Like old school Roman Greek meaning of cult, i.e. just a small religious group.
Yeah. Don't worry, they weren't sacrificing numbers to their gods.
Okay. What did I just hear someone say spicy numbers?
No.
Well, I mean, they're not
Sacrificing
spicy numbers.
Look, 69 is a pretty spicy number, and that's just not going to change. Oh, I expected that to get some response. Huh.
Low-hanging fruit.
Fair.
Sorry, I was reading something. I had a moment just now of like, why is that spicy? And then I thought about it and I was like, oh. Yeah, okay. Like not what does it mean, but like which came first, the act or the number? And I was like, that's a stupid question. And I'm like, oh, it's because it looks like it. And it's like, where's my brain going right now? What's happening?
I'm
What am I to help?
Yeah. This is a weird day.
It is a weird day. It's been a weird week. It's been a weird year. But I mean, we're close. It's close to being done.
Yeah.
Next week, I will have people in town. So I don't know. I think we'll do a Friday stream. I have the hiccups now. Great. We'll do the Friday stream. I just rolled the dice, and I rolled Krampus riding a merry lot. So.
That breaks the rules.
It does break the rules. It does indeed break the rules.
You don't have to do it.
Oh, we're gonna do it. Here we go. It's Christmas. We're going for it.
I think that this year is the first year that I've actually ever like heard of Mary Lude, or however you say it, however it's supposed to be said.
I was corrected. I think it's closer to Lloyd.
Mary Lloyd.
Lloyd. L-O-I-D. L-Y-D. Lloyd. Mary Lloyd.
Mary Lloyd Webber.
Kind of, yeah.
If you're Welsh in the chat, let us know.
But also don't spell it in Welsh, or we will get even
Never
more
know.
confused.
If you get my suggestion, he's my current hyperfixation right now.
I don't know which one it is, so don't tell me. The dice gods are fickle like that.
Yeah, you'll find out when we post these, I guess, or if you hang out and you get to see it get rolled. Puffy cravat is stereotypical nobility dress, right?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. The nice thing about the prompt saying noble dress is it can mean anything. The bad thing about it is it can mean anything.
Yeah, that's fair. What could it mean?
What does it mean?
Which era? Which nationality? They're a geniekin warlock, so I'm very tempted to go Arabic, like go full Arabian Nights on this, but don't know enough to be confident that I can pull that off in a not offensive way. So we're going we're going British. Victorian era British. Ish.
When in doubt, white guy. It will be accurate at one point in time of history.
He's clearly blue, not white, and
Oh my god. I need to stop watching cop shows. Uh-oh. Did the internet die? Oh, no, we're good. Okay, that was weird.
I'm gonna say, you sound fine.
My pen just stopped working for a second. I kind of freaked out. There we go. Krampus riding. I think people misunderstood.
Small.
Because it's got... Oh, am I getting small? Because it's got a horse head. It doesn't have a horse body. Like, it's a dude.
Yeah, it's a dude wearing a horse's skull.
Yeah.
Yep. Not even like wearing it, it's literally just a hobby horse, and the guy's like wrapped up in a sheet.
Yep.
The best kind of Fae figure, a dude in a real bad costume.
It's one of these things, but backwards. It's a hobby horse riding a guy.
Yeah, I believe the specific term used to describe like how it, like costume-wise, is called a hooded animal.
Sure.
Or hooded horse.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
panto
I mean-
horse if you're in the UK.
Yeah. You're essentially trying to wear it like a mask, but that's not how horse
But
skulls
while
work.
also being like an animal.
Yeah. I have 2 commissions to work on today. One that's almost finished. Ugh, the line art is almost finished. I have to redraw the line art and then color it. And then a new one that's kind of tinier and sillier. I don't know if I want to work on those today on stream. I could just stream late today and try to get those done. Or we can just keep doing viewer suggestion stuff for a while. And I can work on those next week.
Gotta get going. Have a good one. Thanks, Bernie, for hanging out. Words are data filters? That's fair.
Yeah. But none of us use them properly.
Okay. There's Krampus.
Writing a very loud.
Needs more bells.
What am I doing with my life?
Great
Having
and
fun,
wonderful
hopefully.
things.
Yeah.
I would play mage with both of you. You'd make very vastly different but incredibly interesting characters. Mage is super open, right? Like you can kind of do whatever you want.
It kinda.
Kind of.
So it's part of the World of Darkness series. So it's like it's technically in the same universe as Vampire the Masquerade, Werewolf, the
Okay.
Apocalypse.
But it's wizards.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Female Knoll armed
we'll
fighter
both be
with
Dresden.
Yeah, we'd just make Dresden. We'd absolutely do that. Orangey brown coat of fur. Okay, it's not gonna be color. That's fine. Spotted Knoll monk. Got it.
It's an unarmed fighter with hand wraps, so I think that's essentially just a monk.
The first time I played through Baldur's Gate 3 with one of my friends, he played a fighter with a bow, and I was just like, sure, whatever. And he just destroyed the game. Like, the game broke because of how powerful he was. And then the second time we played through, he picked Ranger and is using a spear. And I was just like, why do you do this to me? It's a really good character.
You literally play a spear ranger, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you upset?
Yeah, you railgunned my monsters into oblivion. How do you have the gall to complain about
That was a fighter!
Let me repeat what Rick has said multiple times. I have a God-given right to complain.
I mean, that's totally fair. I, as somebody who is not happy unless I'm complaining, agree and acknowledge.
Oh dear.
Game recognized game.
Yeah. I think it is more that my friends and I just have a very like similar play style, and it's always weird to see someone else doing that stuff. I was like, what is happening?
You can't do that. That's what I would do. That's my thing.
That's my shtick.
I've been playing the Abjuration Wizard, and
Unkillable.
unkillable. Yeah, like
I constantly have 25 stacks of arcane whatever. And like I walk into a boss room and he's like 150 damage. I'm like, nah, I'm good.
Doesn't hit.
I'll just recharge that. Shield spell.
Yep.
You edited the comment for the Knoll, Victor? Like the one I'm drawing right now? Did you edit it right now? Because I haven't updated the list since like Wednesday when I got it. Yeah. So do I need to change it?
I've gone derp mode. It's getting to be that time of the day. All the monsters are getting silly.
What a goofy goober.
Hugging a large furball doll. Okay. That's two things then. Then I have to draw a furball. Dang it. I've constantly wondered about the stipulations of the viewer suggestions. Because, like, I think the rules we have are good. I think they're fine. Like, you just like give it a sentence. But the thing I do run into from time to time is people like making scenes. Like that. Like, it's this character doing X, and like I think the hugging a furball goat, like, that's not a problem. Like that's fine. That's pretty simple. That's the same as like, oh, they have a big sword, they have a doll, cool. But like I have had people like jumping, doing, cooking. Like it's like you want me to draw a whole scene and I don't have time to do that. But like I'm kind of wondering if maybe that should be its own thing. Because like Drawfee does some very abstract concepts. And I don't know.
Well, Julia does some very abstract.
No. Julia does some
batshit crazy.
Batshit crazy stuff. But the concepts they do of like draw this song, right? Like draw this, like that is not a character suggestion, right? But they turn it into a character suggestion. So I'm kind of wondering if, because people keep doing that kind of thing where they want me to draw a scene, it's like, should that be just its own thing? Because that's way more difficult, takes more time, and we would definitely draw less stuff. Like,
yeah, we would have to have we'd have to basically build a vetting process.
Yeah.
In order to do that, and then you and I are not. I mean, you're closer to being able to draw at the speed at which they go, but I'm nowhere near able to do that. Like, we would have to, if I were going to participate, it would have to be a speed draw, and otherwise it would just be you, which is a lot. And they've got 4 of them drawing stuff, so that spreads out the load.
Yeah.
I know I don't want to discourage you if you do want to anticipate, or if you do want to do that sort of thing. I'm just thinking, like, logistically, that's kind of a lot, and I'm not 100% sure I'm ready to play in that space yet.
Why can't I ever draw gnolls?
Because hyenas are weird.
Yeah.
Is hyena more bear than dog?
Yeah, they're bear dog cats.
Which is basically just the epitome of carnivore.
Yeah, with just a little bit of weasel thrown in for fun. They have weirdly blocky but also round faces.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe you should do a like how you did for Zeta's study one day, just do hyenas.
Just do hyenas, yeah, that's fair.
Because those are fairly consistent in viewer suggestion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
true.
I think if you type in Knoll for D&D, my art is still up there.
Here's a hyena reference for you.
No, it's slowly getting replaced. I'm like halfway down the page, maybe? No. Oh. Yep, there it is. I'm on like page 3.
Yeah, I think one thing you do is I think you make the ears too small.
That could be.
They have really kind of
They have really big
wide
foreheads. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their faces are kind of slanted a weird way too.
Yeah. And because their synapse is so big for bite muscles, like their heads are really round.
Muscle.
You also need to snub the nose a little bit, I think.
Well, so that's the thing. I think the problem is like normal face, but then their whole mouth kind of peaks up, and that's why it looks so strange. So
Yeah, they're
have
kind of
this-
they're
this
kind of
curve.
shoe-faced.
Yeah. And then they just have so much fluff.
Not too much fluff.
Well, like around their neck. It kind of hides the way the shape of their neck, which does make them feel very bear-like, because bears kind of have the same thing. Versus like a cat or like a golden retriever or something.
I love their big tear-shaped ears.
Maybe say more shaggy than fluffy. Is that fair?
Well, I wouldn't even say they're super shaggy because their necks are generally very massive. It's just, I mean, unless they're like living in a colder climate, then they're not generally shaggy.
Huh.
At least like the type of hyena that Druid has shared, which is a spotted hyena, which is the largest hyena. Like they have kind of like almost a slight horse's mane down the ridge of their neck,
Okay.
but they have a pretty beefy neck.
Yeah, they got a big haunch.
Because they, if they're in profile, they are basically entirely wedge-shaped. From their head going to their back is descending at an angle.
Wedge shape. Gotcha. Wait.
Yeah, I'm doing this from reference, and I'm still just getting dog.
No, I think that looks like a hyena. I think it's not having hair makes it look like a pit bull.
Yeah.
Ironically, hyena is probably what people thought was a werewolf in France at one point.
Especially when they started getting them walking around on all fours, or on 2 feet.
Well, it's specifically this case called like the Beast of Givaudan. Which I don't know where it is in France. But all the visual descriptions reads as hyena. And so the working theory is that someone had a menagerie, which is an old term for a zoo, and the hyena got out, and villagers did not know what a hyena was.
Sweet sass.
So they assumed it was like a weird wolf man running around on all fours.
Demon jackal.
Hyenas are just all rounded squares.
I was trying to make this thing derpy, but
Your little hyena weirdly is both hyena and like African wild dog at the same time. I
No, right? I think it might be where I placed the ears.
Or at least the size of the ears. They maybe could be a tad shorter.
Yeah.
That would maybe read more hyena.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'm done with it. Gotta get back to this water genasi fella.
What kind of clothes does an armed fighter wear?
None.
Unarmed.
Clothes for an unarmed fighter.
I mean, they could still wear armor.
Yeah.
They're not a monk.
That's kind of what I'm trying. I'm trying to make him look like a fighter.
Big old meaty metal gauntlets.
Yeah.
Got the hand wraps, right?
Or did that get removed?
Those are still a thing.
Doesn't say it on the thing anymore because Victor changed it to a
Oh,
Poofy doll.
instead of.
So maybe we will do big metal gloves. Big metal gloves. My pen keeps keep bumping the. Kind of want to go bigger armor. I've been having fun drawing armor more. So we could do spiked armor. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. I love doing spiked armor combat. Grapple and then I wriggle.
My body is a weapon.
Ooh, Jeebus. Hold on. Apparently there'll be an flex event. I don't know what that means. My energy company's like, hey, turn off your power. Hugging the doll is the most important thing to me. That's 2 characters. Hold on a second.
You and your polls.
Yeah.
Huh.
Maybe this way?
Super quiet now.
I'm still having to do something that's like directed, so I have to think about what I'm doing. I can't just get into a flow state and let my brain turn off.
I am faceting a sapphire decanter.
It got too real. I don't know what a furball doll would look like. I feel like dolls are kind of nondescript, right? So you can just.
Yeah.
shouldn't
I
have
mean,
to
it's basically a teddy bear with Wolverine's face.
be- Yeah. Ooh, yeah, the sideburns. Okay.
Or just a plushie of Caduceus.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So I'll give it the sideburns and like a braid.
Oh yeah, furball. I was thinking
Bugbear?
bugbear.
I mean, if it was a
Damn it.
bugbear, I'd just stuff a rugby in there.
Yep. You hear that? You could have had a rugby plushie. Your loss.
I looked into making a rugby plushie, but it would have been like a whole campaign.
Yeah.
And I was just like, maybe next year. Maybe next year. Music got really intense. Bum bum bum.
Oh no, I lost the chat. There we go. Drawing boss battles with music. Yeah.
It's just like stroking the doll. I see you found my hidden lair. Mr. Sunshine will watch you die. And just starts punching you to death. Kung fu battle ensues.
I assume Mr. Sunshine is his orange cat.
I mean, it's a doll, but yes, that was my implications. get some spiky elbow pads, and I think we're done here. I don't know what they're called. Like, they're part of the pauldron. Or, I'm sorry. So, like, there are, when you're jousting, like, you have the big shoulder pad, and then the shield boss, the shoulder shield boss thing. And then your arm, and then your gauntlet, and then another one here. Like, it's like an elbow guard. That, like, kind of fans out.
Yeah.
I freaking love that. Like, I love the aesthetic of that so much. It's probably one of the reasons I really like the Dragoon armor in Final Fantasy. Because it has all of that, and it's all, like, articulated and spiky. Yeah, Victor, it's alright. It's just, the more specific things get, the more complicated they are. Which is usually why I ask people just do, like, a really simple one-sentence thing. So...
that's fine.
But I love that. I love that concept, and I want to try to always add it. But I don't know actually what it's called, because it really is only good for jousting. I think. Like, I think it might just be for protecting your elbow.
Well, it is a component of plate armor.
Yeah. I believe they're larger on jousting armors.
Okay, so it's just a general thing to protect the articulated joint of the arm.
Yeah.
Okay. Because, yeah, like, I think, like, the medieval armor will have, like, the tiny pointy cap, and this is rounded, and then it looks like this. And then it has the gauntlet on the inside. Because it's just like the jointing there. Instead of having, like, a fully articulated elbow piece, because that's ridiculous. But is there a name for it, or is it just, like, is it just a joint
don't know.
cover?
There most definitely is a name for it, because they had a name for everything.
Sure.
At least the French did.
Man,
100%.
I was trying to fix my car the other day, and I was looking. I'm like, there's a hose on the radiator, that looked like this, like a clamp. You got the radiator hose, and then this goes down into the radiator, and then there's a smaller hose that comes off. And I was like, hey, there's a little leak right here. And when I poked this, it just snapped off. So I was like, so now I have a big hole in this thing. And I'm like, all right, well, I have to replace that. And so I dug through my owner's manual, and I have a repair manual. And I'm just like, what is this called? What is this piece called? And I just kept digging for it. And I found one thing that was like AZ908. And I'm like, that can't be what that's called. Like, that's just... It just has a number? Here we go.
So it's referred to as Quater.
Okay. Couter.
And it's basically because
Pauldron, Rembrace, Quater, Vambrace, Gauntlet. Cool. Okay.
Because it's basically to protect the bit of chainmail, because you won't be able to have, like, armor all the way around your elbow.
Because there's a gap between the Ribrace? I thought that was Rambrace. Is that an R-E-R-E? Pauldron Ribrace? And the Vambrace. Yeah, okay. But there's a gap there. So they do have it is just a cover. Okay.
Yep.
Quater, yeah. Long story short, the closest thing I could find was upper radiator hose connections. And I'm just like, why aren't things labeled better than this? But there's just so many pieces. Like, there's so many pieces that they can't all have a specific name. And at some point, it is just like upper radiator hose connector piece 3B. But I found it. I couldn't find it. Bought a fake thing, made it work. So, go me. Go me doing that car fixing thing. I felt very proud of myself. Hopefully it will work and not explode, as they are wont to do.
Yeah, so looking at the Quater, which also is something spelled C-O-W-T-E-R.
Couter? Okay.
I don't know, maybe German. eventually, in like when full on like full plate armor becomes a thing in the Renaissance, they become articulated.
Okay.
But like early on, they are just fixed. They don't really move. They're just there to protect the gap in between the vambrace
Articulated coiters.
and your.
That's a great. I love that. Either way, I love it. It's something I like drawing. I've been trying to add more to my armor, make them look bigger and just more. I think Wayne Reynolds does that a lot too. Like he'll use it as a, because a lot of his characters are very tall. Like,
Yep.
his characters are very silhouetted, and then so when he does have an arm, which are always internal, which drives me crazy, they'll have these like massive. How do you say that word? Couters? Coaters? Because it would be counter if there was an N. So without the N, it would just be counter.
Waiter? I don't know.
Gout.
Really...
Goat. Cout. Weird. Counter? I'm going to say counter. Counter seems right. Okay.
Maybe.
I'm going to put a scar on their nose. This could be an option for a chat, too. Should female gnolls have the boobas? I don't think so. They can, but I don't think they should. But I also don't think that... Have I drawn them that way? Yes, absolutely. Will I draw them again that way? Probably. But, like, I don't know. For some reason, I feel like dogs and cats just don't have the gendering that way. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. But, like, a big male tomcat, like, does have, like, the big poofy cheeks. That is a part of, like, sexual dimorphism, which I think is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a hormone base. So if you ever see a cat with big old giant poof cheeks, it's most likely a boy. So they can fight other cats.
So your argument then is that female gnolls should not have boobas, but will have the pseudo penis?
Possibly, yeah. Yep. Big old codpiece.
Yeah. Going back to this armor thing, since it is seemingly spelled with a W sometimes, so maybe counter?
Yeah, I think so.
More so.
I think counter is the way to go.
I just don't know if it is meant to be like, if it's an English term or a French term or German.
Sure.
Because then that could probably inform you how it's supposed to be said, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm done with this one. That's a pretty good
I
knoll.
think I'm done too, I think.
Okay. I might move this over a little bit.
How we doing time-wise?
It's 2
What
o'clock.
you thinking?
I could go work on the other stuff, but I'm also fine just keeping on with this. I think that is fine.
I also love the fact that the round little bit of armor that's on the pauldron, the armpit guard, also has its own unique name other than just pauldron.
Wait, what is it called?
So the round little circle bit,
Because that's not on that
is
reference.
no, it's not. Weirdly, it's referred to as a
I thought it was a boss, like a chest boss.
besagu.
Besagu. They were originally from France. Okay.
That's how
The
it's
Latin
spelled.
pronunciation. So then if the terminology is French, then we want to assume a Latin-based pronunciation.
I think Steven is still waiting for us to draw the characters, so we can. I'll do at least another one. I'll at least try one more time.
All right, I'll roll again as well. Still a d20?
we'll give this.
Doesn't matter. Natural 1.
You lose.
Let me hold on a second. What do I have? Make sure I'm not double dipping here. Okay, so you got a Lokatha pugilist with oversized armor gauntlets. He is from a small village of harpoonists and dreams of becoming a legendary hero. A pugilist. Okay. The harpoonist thing doesn't.
Lokatha are a kind of fish monster, right?
A fish monk.
Yeah.
You're drawing a fish monk with oversized gauntlets. And then mine is going to be a cursed wizard who is cursed. Human male wizard. Double cursed wizard.
What color are we doing? Is anyone listening? Okay, hold on. I gotta check. I gotta check my notes and see which one that was supposed to be. Okay, cool. Heck! Oh, do we still not pick it? I'm sorry, Steven. The dice gods are fickle. What can I say? Fickle creatures.
You are always welcome to make the same suggestion next week. Since we missed out on Wednesday, basically only half of the suggestions are getting drawn this week, unfortunately.
Yeah. We had a lot this week, too, which is the other one. Except next week it's going to be just Friday, too. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I might stay around for a little longer today just because of that. So
no, we don't usually get through all of them. And that's why we do the dice rolling, because we get like 20 or 30 a week, and we can usually get through about 10-ish, 10 to 12. If I'm by myself, sometimes I only get through like 6. But and what have we gotten through today? I'm on layer 22 already, but some of those might be Druid's fault.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 layers.
We got 1, 2, 3. Oh, some of those are from last week too. So I've only done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 today. So yeah, we'll do a few more. We'll do a few more. What was I doing? Oh, a cursed human cursed wizard.
Who just spry.
I was talking to my some of my family members this last week, holiday stuff, and we were talking about like books and shows that we like, and we started talking about AI art and how it can just like generate stuff without like the input you're supposed to get. And I was like, yeah, but you can also do that with artists, like when you tell them something and they come up with whatever you want. And the example they came up with was Dresden. All of the Dresden book covers have him wearing a cowboy hat, but in the book he specifically hates wearing hats and never wears them. and I never thought about it, but yeah, all of the book covers have him wearing his classic duster, which is like the big cowboy coat, and a cowboy hat. But he never ever wears a hat in the books. And I thought that was really funny. I'm gonna draw Dresden.
I blame that.
Go ahead. Say that.
I blame the editors, or publishers.
Yeah, because the publishers will just go and like hire an artist to do it.
Yeah.
And give them basically
no context.
No context.
Yeah, because we were talking about the like AI art being a it's a tool. Like it's a tool that's going to be used more and more in the future. Like Philip DeFranco says a good way, like it's the worst it's ever going to be right now. It's only going to get better. And so we were talking about like if you can be good at coaxing the code or like putting in the right things to make the art come out good, like that's going to be a skill. That's going to be a skill that people need to learn how to use. And that's really cool. And I was talking about specifically like what we were just talking about before with the last image as well. It's like there's a weird fine balance of people telling me like what they want from a commission or from these suggestions, and then me interpreting that. It's like sometimes more is good and sometimes less is better, right?
Yeah. And for non-artists, it's really, really hard to know what information is going to be good and what information is not going to be good.
Exactly. And yeah, and so that's just a skill. It's a skill people have to learn. So if you want to be an artist and you like AI art, like there's definitely a nuance that you can learn and get better at. But it is a tool.
Yeah.
It is a tool, and so
Yeah.
you kind of have to learn what can be done with it and in what ways. I know there's been a big drama about AI art in the community, the YouTube community right now. And I don't really want to get into that too much because I'm not super informed about it, but it seems like all of the creators are talking about it. Of someone being accused of basically not, or they were accused of using AI art, but really it's that they are so pervasive in the field that the AI art is copying them. And so
yeah.
people are like,
I
this
heard
guy
about
looks
that.
like this guy's art. And it's like, well, that's because he's the one that the AI art is intimidating.
Imitating, yeah.
Imitating.
Thank you, Jesus.
He's the person being plagiarized, and you're accusing him of plagiarism.
And so,
Yeah.
I think the community's kind of figured it out and got it all worked out. But like, I've just seen tons and tons of video popping up about that. It's like it's worth talking about. But, okay, how do I make this guy look super cursed? Maybe instead of like being a werewolf, he's just got a werewolf for an arm.
Well, like the tiger dude from Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, the weird homoerotic tiger dude. I guess he's not homoerotic. He's just very erotic. It's only
I
homoerotic
was
because
gonna
my
s-
character's a dude.
I was gonna say, I don't know, add weird like veins around the eyes, like those people from Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange. Oh yeah. The Dormammu cultists,
Yep.
which I
They're
kind of
not
dig.
technically.
I kind of dig because it's like they're seeing this otherworldly being and it's just burning their eyes out.
Yep. And they're like, oh, this is totally good. It's fine.
Everyone should do this. Like,
What?
Have you not seen how jacked up you look?
But we know so much
oh man.
about chaos and power.
Speaking of Michael Crichton, Sphere. I finished reading Sphere the other day. It's a good book. I like that book. Something they didn't do in the movie was like really, really talk about how they were warping reality with their powers.
Yeah.
And at one point, one of the characters like feels like he's being an asshole, and it
Makes him look like, I think they described him as looking like Mr. Hyde. Just he almost starts decaying away and looking like this creepy monster. Just because he feels like he's acting different. The Bone Shadow are one of the 5 tribes. Oh, is this for the suggestion? Got it. Strange Genesis. Nice.
Here's the funny thing about Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Originally, Mr. Hyde was never described as really being changed, like becoming like a monster or anything. He just
acted.
it was a
different,
person. Yeah, it was a personality switch.
right? Yeah, I remember reading about that when they were doing the movies.
Mm-hmm.
Because they did. I think that there were silent films with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
And
You couldn't really convey that through.
yeah, and so what they did is they gave him like really dark eyeshadow and made him look deathly. Like they painted his face really weird. Because they didn't have like prosthetics and stuff.
That to make him actually look like a monster. But that was how they decided to do that. That was the extent of them doing it. And I thought that was really interesting because I was like, oh, okay. So if he just shifts into being kind of an asshole to everybody.
He's just an alcoholic.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much. But
He
in the-
killed some people in the book, right? I can't remember.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
like in some of the newer
Eventually,
iterations, he's
yes.
like a cannibal and becomes
essentially like almost more like a werewolf than anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is not accurate. He's literally just the not even an alternate personality. It's just the absolute removal of any sort of moral compunction or conscience.
Yeah. Because like
Well,
Mr. Ed is
yeah.
just pure ego and
Gotcha.
id.
Dr. Jekyll
yeah.
and Mr. Ed.
I'll watch that show.
I don't remember where that joke comes from, but I love it. It lives in my head rent free. I think I've used it in a video too.
Funny.
Demon horns? That's a pretty good curse.
I mean, that was basically the premise of the movie Horns.
I did
Daniel
not see
Radcliffe.
that. Was that good?
I didn't watch it either. My friend, she watched it and really liked it. So
Every time I see a Daniel Radcliffe being in like an indie film, I just think of Swiss Army Man, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I'll wait and see what happens. Guns Akimbo
Indie films
looked
are
pretty
always-
funny. I don't know if it's supposed to be funny, but it looks like it's a little out there. For those of you that don't know, that's Daniel Radcliffe, but he wakes up in a what do you call it? Battle Royale scenario, but he has guns surgically attached to his hands. So
I think the one thing I remember
weird.
kind of after his Harry Potter franchise stuff, he was playing like an undercover FBI agent in a like neo-Nazi group, and just like him just screaming like vitriol and just like what without any context, you're just like just basically kind of hit with a sledgehammer. It's like, oh god, what's going on? Context, please.
Yeah.
What's going on? And he's an undercover FBI agent who has to infiltrate this group.
That's always a bizarre thing for like Edward Norton being in not American Psycho. What the hell is it called? No, it doesn't matter. I don't remember the name of the movie. But yeah, just like, hey, that's a character I like. Oh, he's a Nazi in this movie. That sucks. Okay.
Fight Club? Or American History X.
American History X. Yeah, there we go. I knew it had American in the word. The name. But yeah, like that has to be tough to kind of decide to do those.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Guns Akimbo. Yeah, Guns Akimbo. Super weird.
like DiCaprio playing in Django Unchained, just like
Mhm.
nope.
Yeah, oof. That role, like, I mean, I am not an actor, but I feel like even trying to portray that would make me physically ill.
I remember seeing interviews with him and
Jamie Foxx.
no, he's in Sphere. Oh God. Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Apparently he had a really hard time filming that movie, and so it was a big thing. It was a big deal. So,
That on top of him like literally like slicing up his hand.
yeah. Okay, how else can I make this? Oh, I got it. Never mind. There we go. I do kind of like the idea that his arms are just weird shit. Might give him tentacle arms or something.
My arms are noodles.
What if you were cursed with, like, bare body, though? I want the strength of a bear. You got it. Oh god, I'm just a bear now.
Man bear.
Man bear pig.
Man bear pig.
Yeah. Let's get some man bear pig in here. Look at the blue boy. That is very blue. Rainmaker? What's this? It didn't post the preview.
It's just a little video.
Okay, I'll have to watch it later.
Yep. It's like a little 11-second thing. I just thought it was really cool, and I wanted to show you. Also, I posted it to bring it up later.
Why doesn't the accordion more?
What?
Why doesn't the accordion like get used more? It's just like
I mean, it does depending on like where you live.
I guess so.
Like, I imagine it's pretty common in like places like Minnesota or Wisconsin for polka bands.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
That's
prejudice.
True. It is true. Pretty common in New Orleans because of like Cajun music.
Yep.
And even in some like Appalachian folk bands, it's played. Even in like mariachi bands, it's played. So it's just different context where you gotta find it. I actually kind of like the accordion because
Yeah.
it's kind of just like a, I don't know, a handheld organ.
Whatever
Yeah.
we're listening to now is pretty good. I know there's a few different kind of accordions though.
I can only name the concertina.
Which I think that's what this is.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Because that's the little miniature one that you see pirates play.
The accordion is used a lot in Tejano music. Tejano music? Oh yeah, okay. Nice. Spanish Mass and they have an accordion? That's great.
Or mandolin music.
Mandolin music, huh?
Yeah. It's a very short-necked Italian stringed instrument.
I mean, it's essentially a lute, isn't it?
Kinda. It's just very small and compact.
So it's a banjo lute.
Banjos aren't small. Banjos are roughly the same length as a guitar.
Oh, lengthwise. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're not that big. Talk about. I was talking to
Banjos have always weirded me out because they're basically a snare drum that's been strung to be a guitar.
Yeah, which is super cool. I dig it. I refuse to buy one or learn how to play one, but I used to go to a guitar center all the time and just play one because they had one that nobody ever bought. I was like, I'm gonna play this banjo. What was it? There was something. What was it? Dang it! I had a thought and it's just gone. It's not in my head anymore. Constantinus. Banjos. Dang it. It was a slight at Corvus, and I remember it being a slight at Corvus, and I was like, that's really funny. I have to tell Corvus this. Can't remember what it was.
Well, it's probably something about Kentucky.
It
then.
had something to do with like Kentucky and banjos specifically, and I can't remember at all.
Deliverance.
No.
It's more West Virginia than Kentucky.
No, it was something specific about folk music. Oh, I think it was Game Grumps. That's what it was. Aaron said something to the effect of the... Oh, shoot. What the hell is it called? This thing. Hold on, I can draw it. Shimison? Is that right?
Chami-san?
You got the thing? It's,
Yeah,
it's essentially a banjo. And I was just like, huh? It is. It is just a banjo.
It even sounds like one.
Yeah. I was just like, holy crap. How did I never realize that before?
It also kind of doubles as a percussion instrument because you slap it with that large plectrum.
Plectrum. That's a good term that I did not know.
I mean, the Japanese term is a bachi,
Okay.
which is also the term for drumstick.
Nice.
And they're also like $500.
So many arms. Bruce could give so many hugs. Yeah, I was thinking, like, what would be the weirdest curse you could get? And it'd be like, well, you get turned into a bear. I'm like, well, let's get cursed, right? So
Go bear.
it's lots of bears. You're cursed to have bear arms, and more than you want.
Reminds me of Scylla.
Scylla?
Scylla from the Odyssey.
Oh, okay.
Was a sea nymph got cursed, and in the narrative she's described as having like, in a lot of movies she's depicted as basically like a multi-headed sea hydra thing,
Okay.
but she's a bit weirder than that.
Gotcha.
Has like baying dogs attached to her.
Yeah, okay. I know what you're talking about now. I have seen that.
Hence why like Scylla in the Crystal Tower
I was gonna say, yeah, the Final
Raid
Fantasy. It's
has
it's
the
dark.
head.
It's what do I say? Every time we walk into there, I always forget which raid we're doing, and it's like, which raid is this? It's like Crystal Tower. I'm like, oh god, but what are we doing? It's like, oh yeah, it's dog tits, because it's literally just like 1,000 dog heads and then boobs. Like that's the entire character design. It's just like, this is weird. This is weird. And I don't like it.
Here's the But yeah, it's just dogs coming up from like her midsection.
Yeah, I kind of wish that's how it was in Final Fantasy, but it's not. It's like, whoa. Gotta keep the boobs. It's like, dang.
Dog tits is extremely funny thing for you to have said, though.
But I mean, he's not wrong.
It's weird. It's a really weird design.
All of the bosses in that particular one is just very weird.
Yeah, because like I think the problem with it is that it's like old Final Fantasy like 3, Final Fantasy 2 bosses. It might be Final
I hate
Fantasy
the yellow
4.
guy.
But like because they're taking like really old weird pixel art and trying to convert it into characters, and it's just like, you could redesign these. That's fine. They're like, no, it's got to be the same. It's like, all right.
Yep.
So
It's a decision you made.
mm-hmm.
Don't blame anybody else for this when it comes back to bite you in the ass later.
Jesus. It's a good game. Even though we've just talked about the weird
Weird.
Tiger Man and dog boob lady.
There's also like a 7-foot tall, like fluffy hat man,
Mhm.
like disco ball cape.
Oh yeah, he's a big bad. He's got one of the best hats in the game. I still wear it on my dancer.
If I wanted it for my bar, I never got it.
You have to run that dungeon about 1,000 times. We could just 2-man it now and get it for you. Like, it's just such a long run. That's the problem. Is like you have to fight 4 or 5 other bosses before you can get to it.
Yeah, because he's like what, second to last boss of that
Yeah,
particular one.
and it's like I can one-shot all the bosses. We just have to walk there every time to try it.
Yep. I think the one I really just didn't like design-wise was like the yellow dude, the big burly yellow dude. I'm just like, you're so ugly.
Once again,
Why?
yeah, like it looks great if you've seen the pixel art. Like they did keep the designs very it's referential, right? Like it's like, hey, these are from an old Final Fantasy game, and they did a great job doing that. That's the thing. Like they're very true to those forms. But they were bad designs to begin with. Like that's the problem.
Yep.
It's like this is from an NES game. Yeah, he looks like shit. Like it's just not a good design. Doesn't matter.
From
to
an
me.
yeah, it was not even just an NES game. An NES game that was a last hurrah.
Yeah.
Go see him.
Okay, I'm done with this one. I think I can do another one. That's a pretty cool design.
I'm having fun with this Lakatha. What was that?
I like this design. It turned out a lot
Good.
lot
yeah.
cooler than I thought it would.
I also like that. They are definitely cursed.
With the beard, kind of gives me weird Ramu vibes.
Ramu's sexy man beard. Final Fantasy's a weird game, guys. Like I just
Oh yeah.
It could be the people I play with. But
Well, it could be the game developers.
it could be the game developers, yeah.
Oh, there's definitely like bosses that were intentionally made sexy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. In one of the newest raids, they actually people got mad because they were too sexy. They're like, why? Why is this also too sexy? And they're like, okay, we'll tone it down a little bit. And they toned down the one that wasn't that sexy. And people are like, no, you idiots, what are you doing? And then, so one of the other bosses now, if during the fight you, like, blow a kiss to her, she stuns you and pins you to the ground and, like, kills you.
No.
So, it's really funny. It's really funny. I do that every time I'm in that fight. I'm just like, here we go, and dead. Just to mess with people. Revive, please. Alright. We don't have that many. We actually went through. I'm going to use a D12 now.
That could be.
Actually, wait. Hold on a second. The D12 is not enough. I have 13 left.
And also, I don't think we really went through them. I think you really got through them.
Hey, I'll take help where I can get it. I've rolled. Hold on, what did I roll the first time? Shoot. I think I rolled a 13, and then I thought I didn't have 13, but I do. So 13 is the Trox Barbarian with a massive tech sword. That's Corvus's, though.
Yes.
Do you care if I reroll? Should we spurn the dice gods, or should I draw a Trox? I can draw a Trox. Let's do a Trox roll. I feel bad, but I also I don't want to spurn the dice gods because then they will burn me. They will burn me.
Yeah, we've experienced this before.
So I'm gonna do a quick Trox. Corvus, can you send me your sword reference now?
Yeah.
Yellow and red. Okay. I'm gonna put red on here.
I'm having a lot of fun with this shape of waterfish dude.
I'm gonna see if I can get through a couple more here, so we might go pretty quick through some of these. That is just a circuit board. Someone took a sword and put a bunch of circuit boards on it.
You have a bunch of barbarians.
They are really sharp. Like I have been cut with like a ram stick.
Oh, same.
If you don't like that one, there's also...
Oh, I just accidentally found a really cool shape. Happy little bug skulls.
Another option.
That one's super cool. I like that. That's kind of what I was thinking of more of, just like
Laser sword.
laser sword or like oh shoot, what is the name of that? There's a League of Legends character that has like essentially that as like a tech skin. She's got a big great sword. So is this a cyber bug or is it just a
I was just thinking John Spacebug.
giant space bug?
Speaking of too sexy, chat, does this Lokatha need a swimsuit?
Has my chat
order
been
to be-
defunded yet? Or de
Yeah. Have I have I demonetized Rook's stream?
I think you're good.
Where's the fish bits? Tech skin and great sword. Is that a Riven variant? That's kind of what I was thinking, yeah. Ooh, that's a weird one. Modular synthetic axe. Synthius axe.
The other option is that it's like, yeah, it's like a synth keyboard, but a sword. Techno Viking axe.
Oh god, what is that from?
Is that from Ragnarok? What is that? My jerky's done. I love how it just beeps forever. Hold on, give me a second, I'll be right back.
I'm done! I'm done! I'm done! Oh! Beef jerky is essentially just very, very slow cooked meat.
Yeah.
DC Universe Online. Alright. I think I played that when it came out.
that where you got to build your own superhero class?
I am going to assume, since nobody's told me to hide my shame yet, that I'm just gonna...
She's gonna add a big dongus on it.
No, I was gonna say leave it as is. That I'm not trying to get you demonetized.
How far can I push this? This isn't Twitch. I guess it is Twitch.
But also YouTube.
But also YouTube, yeah.
It's both.
She-Ra, that's what I was trying to say. It was almost a Katara moment. The Eternium swords in He-Man and She-Ra are technically
Tech swords?
Yeah.
It's really vague.
Protect your magic.
Yeah. So really the question is like what part about it is important? That it looks like it has
a circuit board on it, or that it's some kind of like future tech. Because that would change the design a little bit. Is it a barbarian hitting you with a computer, or is it just a sword that happens to be powered by technology? It's a steam-powered greatsword. That feels uncomfortably familiar to something. Oh, thinking of Fooly Cooley when they like fight with guitars, but for some reason they have ripcords, like chainsaw ripcords on the guitars. It's like, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Was not familiar with that.
Oh man, if you were never an angsty teen, I would just avoid Fooly Cooley. If you were an angsty teen, go watch Fooly Cooley. It's great. Don't watch the second one. The second one was a little far out for me.
What if I was angsty but was too afraid of being a sinner as a teen to be angsty as a teen, so became an angsty 20-year-old?
Okay, watch the second season.
All right.
I think that's what the second season is about. But the impropriety they talk about is cannibalism, so take that however you want. I made it look like a plant. Dang it. I wanted it to have, like, cables, but I accidentally made it look like a plant. I can fix this. Technomancer?
What was Technomancer? Neuromancer? Neuromancer was the basis for the Matrix. Not Technomancer. What was a Technomancer? Plant technology? Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really sad that I voted for you to draw an orange now, because this is a really cool drawing, and I don't think that it shows.
Is it not showing up well?
It shows up fine, but I think because of the analogous color scheme with the background, that like I think you lose something with it.
Okay.
Anyway, you don't have to change it. I doubt my one vote was the thing that put you here, but
I mean, I can absolutely change it. It's super easy to change. I just can't remember how to do it. I
it's
think
on the
brown
layer.
actually helps. I guess, Corvus, you do like, what, solar punk? Is that what it's called? So we could make this like a weird plant sword.
Brown definitely helps.
I think so. Sorry, you're eating? Oh, no problem. Crocs are pretty great. They're just buggy enough to be off-putting, but not so buggy that they don't feel monstrous. I mean, like, you can play a Trox and be like, yeah, I'm a dude. Whereas, like, playing a Umber Hulk, it's very much like, oh no, I am a force of nature.
Full-on monster.
Yeah, full-on monster. Intelligence is knowing that Frankenstein was the scientist. And wisdom is knowing that he was also the monster.
Med students without ethics.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the League of Legends character with the giant fists?
Caitlyn? No, Caitlyn's the one with the gun.
She was in Arcane, wasn't she?
She was, yeah, that's why I have the name screwed up. V. V-I. Or is it? Yeah.
That's pretty cool, Tom. Take your cannibalism with a grain of salt.
Oh yeah, that's a good reference.
It's Fish V
Magic-
and Bug Ribbon. Go, League of Legends. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of these plant things. They're not working for what I wanted. Get out of here. Get! The power of Christ compels you to get! What was that movie, Chorus? Cleric with the artillerist feat. I know how siege weapons work. Yeah, I always confuse Umber Hulks and Ant Lions. Because Ant Lions are just big ants. But, like, Umber Hulks are what you would think an ant lion was if someone told you, like, just told you the name.
I mean, antlion larvae look pretty gnarly.
Do they?
Yeah.
Are they not just ants?
No.
My only real experience with them was Dungeon Hack, which was a great game. I kind of want to play it.
This is an antlion larvae. Processing, loading, there.
Okay.
And they're called antlions because they eat.
Oh, are we talking about... Is this the real thing?
Yeah, this is the real thing.
Oh, well, shit.
The mature creatures look like dragonflies and damselflies.
What am I thinking of right now? Onkeg. I'm thinking of Onkeg, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yep. I was thinking of Onkeg. Onkegs don't really look like ants.
No. I have always thought of antli or onkegs. Then you got me doing it. I've always thought of onkegs as being like giant termites,
Yeah,
giant monster termites, because of the acid ability.
I think that's probably the case. And I just have ant kegs in my mouth, in my head.
Don't put an onkeg in your mouth.
No. Okay, I think I'm done with this one. This is a pretty cool idea. It could get really spicy with all of the leg muscles and stuff, but I think I'm gonna try to get some more done. Tiny hands! These are my grabbing arms! The Good Lord Bird is the name of the miniseries. It's about John Brown. Was John Brown a real person? I mean, like, I'm sure there are thousands of John Browns alive today. But to which specific one are we referring? Okay, yeah, I'm done with that one. I'm pretty happy with that.
I'm almost done with this, so if you want to wrap up, we can.
Sure.
Want to do another one, we can.
I want to do another one, so.
Okay, cool.
It is 3 o'clock,
I can
though, so
fit.
if you don't want to stay around,
Yeah.
I totally get it.
No, I'm down to fiddle with these gauntlets for another hour.
Okay. Does anyone else remember that any game
Does anyone else remember that any game that came with PCs back in the day? Like, which one? What was it about? Because, like, there's a bunch. The Ant game? This is any game, so I'm a little confused. Here we go. Bleeding Kansas, John Brown. Yeah, I don't know that. Abolitionist that almost started the Civil War early. Oh, all right. Yeah, White Latanya. Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about. The only game that I can think of. Oh, You Were an Ant. You Were Ant. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
I grew up in the age of Ski Free and Minesweepers and Pinball. Pinball later.
Yep.
But like those.
1,500 different versions of Solitaire.
Clay Golem created by nature. Circles of the Moon Druid, Outlander, Nomadic Forest Guardian. Soft appearance? Clay Golem created by nature. Okay. Moon Druid. Moon Druid's the
Squishy clay
shapeshifter ones, right?
boy. Yeah. Squishy clay boy. They're basically me. Nice. I'm kidding.
I'm so squish.
I actually would not be a moon druid, probably.
Sim Ant.
I like animals, don't necessarily want to transform into them. I also think that I would not have an animal companion.
You were an ant and you attacked other ant colonies. And there were ant lions and absolutely murdered you. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Don't remember that. I feel like I've seen a game like that on
played one.
itch.io, but it's getting real dark. I gotta turn on my light.
There are two things I've discovered that are like new pet peeves of mine that aren't really new, but like I've forgotten about and haven't really had to deal with in a while. And I started noticing it when I started watching more of these cop shows on YouTube. One of them is people that don't change the battery in their fire extinguishers or fire alarms.
Yeah.
So like the cops show up and it's just beep, beep. It's like, oh my god, please, someone fix that. And then the other one is people that just like don't turn lights on. I don't know if it's because like the cops came over so they just shut off all the lights, or like cops will go into people's houses and they just have like a very very tiny lamp on in a just pitch black room. It's like, what do you? Are you what? I have every light in my this room on. Like this room is daylight all the time. I can't not have bright lights on, and that is not a normal thing for apparently. Like everyone I know likes being somewhat dark. Some of my friends, yeah, they're like, black out their windows, and it's like I can't do that. I want as much light as possible. But maybe it's because my eyes suck. Like maybe that's
Maybe. During the day, I want as much light as possible generally, although it was nice and sunny this morning, which is why my room light was not turned on. But having the bright lights on all the time can interfere with your sleep patterns. Actually, because you're when the light goes down, or when the sun goes down and light kind of fades, your brain takes that as a actually processes that as a cue that it's time to start going to sleep or preparing for sleep.
Oh, why no animal companion? Was
Me?
asked.
Yeah. I know too much about pets and what they need now. Which makes me think that generally people... I got real tired of a specific person at my table having like collecting pets and never taking care of them.
I thought you were talking about if you were a real life druid.
Yeah. No, this is
Okay.
this is that. So like, I basically have been turned off to the idea of animal companions, both in game, kind of mechanically. They're usually the worst option. I think second edition Pathfinder has addressed that, and they're not terrible in there anymore. But so mechanically, I didn't like them because I didn't feel like they were as viable. And then like IRL, I have learned a lot about what creatures need, and I think while I think a druid could do it well, potentially, I think most creatures are very much designed not to function within the company of a human, or like in a human social environment, and I would rather have the animals live out their lives in the environment that's best for them,
I think
if at all
Radagast
possible.
did it the best.
Bird nest in his hair.
Yeah, just like if the animals want to hang out and live on you or around you, that's fine. But like, you're not
You're
like,
not really
100%
taking care of them.
Yeah, they're just
yeah.
you adjacent.
Yeah. I agree with that, I think.
And I think that's
Anyway.
my big thing with like familiars and animals companions is like they are not a pet. Like they are another member of the party.
Yeah. And yeah. If you don't treat them that way, then there should be consequences. But
Yeah.
we've had that conversation before.
Oh yeah, yep. And I love punishing people for treating their animal companions like shit.
I think it's funny. Radagast was the perfect druid inspiration. I think so, yeah.
You have bird poop. Why didn't anyone tell me?
Sauron the stinky. No. Sauron the stupid. Stop. No. Them some good memes.
Indeed. I love me a Lord of the Rings meme.
Mm-hmm.
I am really happy with this. I did not expect for this last drawing to go this well this quickly.
That's good. I don't remember what this was supposed to be.
Clay Golem?
Clay Golem something. Nature made
clay
Golem druid.
Yeah, like naturally formed moon druid.
Moon druid.
Clay
there we
Golem.
go. Okay.
I'm surprised. I don't usually remember your prompts.
Me neither.
Animal tamer, empath.
What was it? I just watched Survivor's Reign? Is that what it's called? It sounds right.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar.
It was on Netflix. Essentially, a spaceship crashes on a super bizarre planet. And it follows like
4 or 5 people as they're trying to like get to the
recover their spaceship. And one of the characters is a robot that's like being infected by the planet and slowly gaining sentience. It's really cool. It's a really cool concept. And a little trippy. It's a little trippy at times, but I think it's worth a watch. It reminds me very much of what is it called? Risk of Rain.
Ah.
Which I don't think it's supposed to be related. Risk of Rain is spelled rain, and this is Survivor's Reign, E-R-I-G-H, rain, whatever.
Mm.
How do you spell that? So, even though the names are similar, I don't think they're supposed to be similar, but the style and the planet design is very similar, and I like it. I thought it was really good, even though it was very strange. But I'm kind of getting that kind of vibe from this guy too, of just like nature has decided to make a person.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You know, one of the best things about this drawing stream, doing this drawing stream with you, is I've figured out a comfortable shorthand. It's not great, but a comfortable shorthand for metal.
That's good. I'm still struggling with gold every time I have to draw it, but
Yeah. Just the colors for gold are weird. Would not think there would be that much red and black in it, but there really is. A lot of it.
it's like, oh, what's the prettiest thing? Oh, gold looks great. How do I draw that? Start with poop brown. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah. Throw a little bit of dark, crusty, dried blood red in there.
Yeah.
Make the shadows completely black and as hard edge as possible. And then you can add the yellow.
YouTube keeps throwing the Joe Rogan Anunnaki theory at me.
Oh no.
And their whole, I think the whole thing about the concept is alien race hyper-evolved humans so that we could mine gold for them. And it's like, all right. That's a thing.
Gold is so much easier to mine in space, though, isn't it?
Technically, if you have access to the whole of space, everything's easier to mine in space.
Yeah.
Somewhere there is a planet made completely out of gold.
Why would gold be particularly useful, though? Simply because it resists corrosion so well?
Yeah, gold resists corrosion really well. It also is malleable and conductive, highly conductive.
Yeah.
So, I
Yeah.
mean, our phones only work because of how much gold is in them.
Yeah.
So, at the moment, gold is the most important piece of our technological advances. So our thought process is any highly advanced species must need lots of gold.
Right.
So, and for some reason, gold has just always been coveted, which doesn't make a lot of sense. There's can't do anything with it besides make pretty stuff. It's not as useful as iron or
Copper
or steel. But for some reason, we've always wanted it. It doesn't make sense. That's where the theory comes into play. Why were early civilizations using and trying to fight over gold? Now we know that gold is so useful. We must have had implanted information about it, and so that's what makes it a batshit crazy theory. But
yeah,
which is fun. I like those. I like to think about those.
Yeah.
Without putting any credence to them. Ooh, that's a good story.
Yes.
I like that. I think we've spotted meteors made out of basically only gold. Yeah, that definitely is a thing. Humans like the shinies. Yeah, that's probably true too. Greenie's looking great. I'm sure you probably spoke out about this earlier, but were you going to post the drawings from Wednesday, or were they lost along with the internet thing that day? I will post them a little bit later today. I forgot to post them because I didn't get the internet back for a handful of hours.
Yeah.
And then I got distracted. So I will post them with everything after the stream today.
Already Wednesday I put my little veggie pygmy sketch in there, or at least his abs. His face never worked out well, or it never got finished.
I don't know why I like the glowy eye wobble, but I love it. If you want to get your brain broken, go ahead and go look up that conspiracy theory. It's a doozy.
Please don't take it seriously.
Yeah. One day,
There's no proof. It's fun to think about, but there's no proof.
yeah. One day, one of my family members texted me out of the blue, like, "Have you heard about the Anunnaki?" I'm like, "Yes, I have."
Don't want to talk about it.
I just thought it was really funny that someone else found the rabbit hole. Okay, I think I'm about done with this one.
Yeah, same.
I didn't really figure out how to make this person look more like a druid. Give him some bags and stuff over here.
Put a little plant growing out of his ear.
That's a good point, yeah. Just little sticks. I'm made out of mud. One of my cousins gave me like a Whoville Christmas tree. It's got like one big ornament on it, and it's this little tiny shrub. And I was like, "That's funny and cute, thank you." And then as I was driving home, I was like, "I kind of like this tree. I kind of want to plant it, but I don't know what it's going to turn into." like, is it? It looks like a tiny spruce tree, but that can't be what it is. Like, it's too bushy. So it's got to be like a. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I got to figure out what it is. Yeah, Elvin here. It's going pretty good today. They came and hopefully fixed my internet. We'll see how long it lasts. But I've been making treats for people today. So I got some jerky and got some cookies. Patreon stickers went out. Yeah, people want to become Patreon members. They're very welcome to sign up, and I will send out some stickers either probably Monday. I don't think I'm going to get to the post office again today. No, it's already 3 o'clock, so that will be impossible, essentially. Trying to bust through some of these because we didn't get enough done. So let's see if we can do one or two more here. They were supposed to be a soft druid, and I made them spiky, but I hope that's okay.
Yeah, they're rounded spikes.
I tried to make them kind of soft.
I think soft boy is probably more a descriptor of attitude than anything.
Yeah.
I think the posture you've got going counts.
I draw a lot of thick ladies, but not a lot of thick guys. And I guess I just don't have the reference for that. Because I'm beefy as fuck. I'm not. I'm built like a brick. But, yeah, I don't know. I like drawing beefy guys, and I like drawing, like, gangly guys. I don't have the reference for soft boys. Okay, I think that one's done. How does that look like without the... It definitely looks good with the underlayer.
Yeah, yeah. A little bit of color behind it always helps.
I think so.
Especially when the paper is so dark and has so much color. Yeah.
Oh, my pen. I threw it on the floor. Might be around a dwarf spruce tree? That could be. I'll have to look that up. Oh, yeah, it could be. How big do those get? Can I plant that in my yard?
Probably.
Did I just hear a shark? Nope. Dang. Oh, it was just a... I heard the boom. I thought someone had played the shark attack, but I think it's just the music.
Gotcha.
I think it is just the music. Oh, my Discord is blowing up. Hold on a second. Dum-ba-dum-ba-dum, ba-ba-dum, ba-ba-bum. Oh my goodness. I think my computer's just slowly trying to kill itself. Like nothing fits my monitors anymore and I don't know why. It's like that's not a problem that can happen. It's like, oh, hello window, what are you doing? It's like, I'm gonna be 1/2 inch on that screen too. Just cause. It's like, but that's where the close button is. They're like, yeah, don't care. An Aunt Noel dressed in a Festivus sweater. I don't know what that is. Is that like... Oh, it's a festive sweater. I was thinking of Seinfeld. Festivus. I just read it wrong.
Festivus for the rest of us.
Yeah. Christmas for some. Festivus for the rest of us. Holding a plate of latkes with a Christmas tree hat. And wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Pare it down.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't know what any of these words are. There's a whole bunch of words in here I have to look up. Okay, it's from World Anvil? apparently this is a custom race that there's no art for.
Interesting. Does it at least have a description?
Nope, it's been removed from World Anvil. So,
Oh.
Ant Knoll is an Aardwolf Knoll.
Ah,
It's for a Pathfinder.
how is that spelled?
Aardwolf?
No. Like,
Ant Knoll.
Just ant, like the insect. Knoll.
okay, so this has, maybe they just typed it wrong then. Because this says ant, KHOLO / knoll. And so I'm just like, what does that mean?
Oh. Spell that again?
ANT KHOLO. Google's like, do you mean Anthony Knoll? It's like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, I can't find anything about it on here, so I assume it's a typo.
Maybe. Because ant knolls are like tiny. I use the word tiny. They're like halfling sized knolls
Okay.
in 2E. They look like aardwolves.
They're all concurrent
quite
ideas,
adorable.
but not necessarily all the same dude.
Oh, do you think this is a couple different ideas? Is that what's going on? All winter holidays mixed into one.
Yeah, I heard reference to latkes, which is potato pancakes.
Yeah, latkes are great. This is just another one of those things where there's just so much. How much of this do I want to do? I think this is going to be another goofy one. Oh yeah, those things are super cute. Christmas tree hat. I don't know if I know what a Christmas tree hat is.
Is it just like a beanie that looks like a Christmas tree?
It could be. You could do it that way. Kind of want it to bend out, and we'll put a little, like, one ornament on top of it. Because then it'll look like a hat. Just has a Christmas tree on its head. They're goblin gnolls. That's what this is.
Had to do a car shopping since mine decided to break down on me. Hence why I'm late to the stream today.
Ouch. That sucks.
Yeah. That is a big unexpected expense.
Yeah.
And not the time of year you want one of those.
But it's Toyotathon. Is it Toyotathon? Toyotathon is always on. I think that's the joke. It's always Toyotathon.
I mean, I live in a state that makes them, so I don't really have an answer.
What? Cars or Toyotas?
Toyotas.
There's a Toyota factory in the U.S.?
Yes. I reckon the only one is in my state.
Lies and slander. Oh man. I have a soapbox I can die on, I think, when it comes to...
Don't we all?
Toyotas?
I love Toyotas. Toyotas are my favorite car. I refuse to own anything else. But I'm super upset that I can't just buy one from a factory. And that's a political bullshit thing that makes me mad.
Look, car shopping in general is weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I had to make sure I was not just touting Kentucky pride, but yeah, it looks like the Toyota motor manufacturer here in my state is the only one in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, like, those are usually shipped in from overseas, but maybe it's Kentucky just it's too expensive to. It's cheaper to have a factory than to ship them that far.
Sending you back about 10K. Blah.
I'm sorry, that's no good.
Yeah. The only other one in North America is in Ontario, Canada.
Okay. Do you just make the motors, or do you actually assemble the whole car?
No, the whole car is made.
It surprises me.
It's a big employer in that part of the state. I'm reading about it here. It was going to be announced in a news conference on the 12th of December in '86, but it got leaked on the 11th or on the 8th by McConnell.
That they're opening one, or what?
When they were opening it back in the first one, when they were opening it
Gotcha.
in '86.
So it's still owned in Japan, I assume, which is why they're pissed.
Oh yeah, it's just it's a subsidiary.
Gotcha. God, I have to make latkes now. They're so good.
With applesauce.
I have to complain about. Nope, never mind.
Candy potatoes?
No.
Or are we going to complain about McConnell?
I was going to complain about McConnell. I heard Kitty.
Yeah, they missed lunch. I should go feed them.
Tuna, feed us.
Help me. I'm dying.
Enough.
I will go feed them real quick. I'm tired, everybody. I've made just a grumpy little.
Grumpy little guy.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to fit the latkes in. I'm going to make it a Christmas sweater with moon phases on it.
The guinea. Guinea rat.
Guinea rat? What are you talking about?
I'm watching Dr. Doolittle now.
Oh.
And he's talking about, we got you the guinea pig or guinea rat thing. And they're like, I forgot that was a thing, guinea rat.
So the one with
I mean, it's a better descriptor than guinea pig.
But they're
Yeah,
delicious.
I guess
Tiny,
Exactly.
tiny bacon. Just me?
I've never actually tried them, so I don't know.
I haven't either. I'm just saying shit.
I mean, people raise huge herds of them. Don't name it.
I'm still confused as to why we don't do that with capybaras.
Because they require. Because they literally require a big, massive wetland, and we don't have those hardly anymore.
All right, cat, come on. Let's go get some food for it. Come on.
There.
Yeah, come on. Come on.
Alright, I'm starting to add details to this Lokatha that are not showing up for you guys. So I should stop and maybe move on. Yeah, Steven, I was outlining scales on
Yeah,
shoulders, arms, and abs.
Could not see that. Because I was thinking, like, I don't know what this thing is missing. Scales that could make it look less like it's made of goo.
He is a very wet boy. Steven,
And
it's
that's
not
what
a,
she
it,
said.
yeah, it's not about the diligence. I'm in kind of work mode, and when that happens, I get a lot of momentum. And I see things I want to do, and I just do it.
Say what you're going to say about McConnell.
Can't believe he's such an asshat that he's pissing off the Japanese too. You got to be dedicated at, like seriously dedicated at screwing people over to be a politician of one country and actively be interfering in the businesses of another.
Skipcat refuses to eat his new. You're still adding details? Damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Skipcat refuses to eat his new kidney medicine food.
Oh.
And so I have to like cut it with a little bit of the old food. And yesterday he just picked out all the old food. I'm like, come on. So I'm slowly trying to like cut it with less and less and less. He'll get there. Man. All right.
What you probably have to do is mix shaved tuna into it.
Yeah, I'm out of tuna. It'll be here
Which
soon.
is why the meowing.
No, that was Pixel. Pixel's just an idiot.
Gotcha.
Skipcat's been asleep all day. Lot cuz.
Tuxedo boy living my best life.
Okay.
I need to be done.
I think I'm probably done too. I'm spinning.
Yep.
I'm spinning here. I'm making silly hard wolves.
And I did a full-on commission for free, so.
Yep. That's true. That is the truth. We gotta know though, Elven Hair, what kind of card did you get?
Oh yeah.
We were
yeah.
just trash talking stuff. I think the next car I'm gonna get is probably gonna be like something electric. But Toyota's not coming out with the new. They say they have a new battery that'll go 900 miles, which, if that's true, I want that. But they're not. Those aren't coming out till like 2028 or something. So, I probably won't get a new car for any foreseeable future, unless I thought my truck was going to explode. Then one of my brother-in-law came up and helped me fix it, and so I was like, sweet. Don't have to buy a new car. Hell yeah. It was going to explode though, so I'm glad we fixed it. My back brakes were just on all the time.
Oh no. Oh no.
Chevy Traverse. Nice. It's a good price. Very cool. I think... Did my dad buy a Traverse? He likes Chevy. He said Chevy's forever.
One of those guys, I'll see. I never really got the truck shaming type of deal. I was like, if it drives, it drives.
Wait, so were you being ironic? Or were you shaming someone for buying a Chevy?
I was being ironic.
Okay. I used to make fun of Ford people because my sister had a Ford. And it was kind of a piece of crap. I mean, it was like from the 70s, so it was old, but it was constantly breaking down.
Okay. There's the chubby yard wolf. I think we're done there. Steven, which one was yours? I feel bad that we never got to it, but then that's how the dice gods go. I kind of want to just do like a quick sketch of it, just to get it out of the way. Latkes! Because I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Thank you all for being around. Wait, was this one yours, Steven? Male Dragon Lord Redemption Paladin, big buff, plate mail. Big himbo energy. Gotcha.
I would have done that.
You could have, but no. I had to draw this.
Instead, I drew a lickable fish man.
Why is he lickable? Where did that come from?
My tired gay brain. That's where it came from.
That's how you get parasites.
Yeah, don't lick the toads. For the pinup, no need for drawing anything since it's getting late. Alright, thank you, Alvin here. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your new Chevy. I have always had a, like, no, it's a Ford. The Ford Transit vans. I've always wanted to just, like, a giant, like, work van and just gut it. And just have one of those. That's what I was thinking of when I was thinking of the vans. So I could just throw, like, lumber and shit into it. That'd be great. There's a guy down the road from me that is a contractor, and he's selling one, and I was like, but it's one of those things that, like, I know I don't need. And it's just like, man, that would be cool. But let's see how quick I can draw a Dragon Boy portrait here. You can still submit it again next week, by the way, if you want, Steven. Why is he lickable? That's a Rook quote. You can put that on a shirt if you want. Did you get one of those panel vans and deck it out with artwork? Yeah, well, I don't know if I would. I'm a utilitarian purist. So, like, as much as I have one bumper sticker on my truck, and it's my brother-in-law's. Like, because he helped me fix the car, he's like, "Can I slap my bumper sticker on here?" I'm like, "Hell yeah!" Because he's a mechanic. That was the thing. So I was like, that worked out. But yeah, like, when I go buy a car and they put one of those, like, little license plate things on it, I immediately get home and take it off. It's just like, I don't want I just want the truck to work. So I don't know if I would draw on it. I might paint it something interesting, but I don't think I don't think I'd paint a mural on it. I like the boring nature of the...
Just don't let it be white, because people would assume a lot of things about
it. Just needs like a racing stripe, maybe some flames.
Yep. Something to break up. Or just a blue van.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. I used to have one of the jobs I worked at, they did catering, and they had a big, just like, the only thing in the back of it was racks so you could put the food on it. And like one of the doors had a hole in it, so as you were driving down the road, like, you could see out the side of the car, and it's just like, man, this thing's a piece of shit. And they're like, yeah, it's not meant to be pretty, it just works. And I was like, I appreciate this. Work trucks are fun, work vans are fun. I think I just miss being a carpenter. That's really what it is.
I guess you could go back to it. So.
I could.
I could.
Fresh cut wood smells very good.
Debatable. Makes me sneeze.
Well, don't breathe it in.
You're not supposed to huff the sawdust.
I'm not. It just gets everywhere.
No, I know, I'm teasing. I love wood turning on a lathe. And I cannot watch anybody on YouTube do it because so many people do really scary stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna fill a bucket with metal shavings and resin and then turn it. It's like, oh, say goodbye to your fingers.
Yeah. What if I just set the tool rest at the very beginning when I need to first make the thing round and then never touch it again for the rest of the entire turning?
I once, when I was doing sculpture work, I was so picky about stuff. I was one of the people that had to stay and like watch people use the shop and like make sure they were safe. And so I remember one time. This is not when I was doing that, but that's how like kind of picky and obsessive I was about safety. I was in class, and one of my classmates was cutting metal using a brake cutter. So it's basically like a pair of shears that has like a 3-foot bar above your head that you pull down and cut the metal, and then move the metal, cut the metal, and you just keep doing that. And she was cutting bars with it, and I'm like, don't do that. It's gonna break the blade. It's gonna dull the blade, and 2, if it snaps, it's gonna hit you. And she's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, here, use the wire cutter. That's what it's for. Like, this giant pair of pliers can do that. And so she tried to do that, but she didn't weigh enough. And so after I left, she went back to using the brake press, and 5 minutes later I had to drive her to the hospital because she was pulling down on it. It gave way, and she just cracked herself in the head with the handle. And I was just like,
Told you.
I told you. Yeah, exactly. The whole time I was just like, I didn't say anything. I'm like, okay, yep, nope, get in the car. I'm gonna drive you to the hospital because I'm the one that has a car and it's parked right outside the building. Because most other people lived on campus. But I was just like, yep, here we go, it'll be fine. But the whole time I was just like, this is exactly what I thought was gonna happen, and it happened, and now I feel awful. But yeah, I hate watching people be unsafe with that kind of stuff, because it's just like, man.
I watched somebody almost get pulled into a belt sander.
Oof.
A huge industrial one. So
I did once launch a board across the wood shop. That was pretty neat.
Table saws are dangerous.
Yeah, table saws are dangerous.
I immediately knew what happened when you said that. I was like, yep, table saw.
Yeah. Luckily, I was smart and like not standing behind it. And it just like, it's like grabbed. I'm like, whoop, and it just went. But I was just like, and someone else is in the room with me. We both just looked at each other. I'm like, holy shit, that was scary. Gotta be careful. So always be safe, people. Be safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
By the way, I'm in Discord. It would be okay if I join the voice chat. So with the voice chat, you're very welcome to join it. But while we're doing the recording, I basically only have my mods set to be able to talk. So you're welcome to listen there if you want. But like Druid and Corvus, I think there's 2 or 3 other people that might have access to that. But most people, you can join. You just won't be able to talk. So
yeah. By all accounts, some days you should have me muted.
Yeah, that does happen. No, I'm just
Especially today about talking about ice.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh man, we've had a few spicy debates like that. Of just like, it doesn't happen as much as it used to.
Yeah.
And I honestly don't care. Like, I think that's fine. It's a discussion and we can talk about it, so it's good.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it makes good podcasty sort of material, which is basically what this is, right? So.
We're just not in the same room.
Yeah.
It used to be a lot more about D&D stuff, which was because D&D
It's been
shorts
slow,
just
I'm sorry.
drives me no. I'm talking more about like, what was the last one we had? Like Goldtooth brought up the like Golem immune to acid damage, get eaten, kill things, and it's like, yeah. Like we used to argue about those kind of like how to break D&D stuff all the time, and like I got tired of that. It's like we need to stop debating broken rules in D&D.
Yeah.
Because by the rules, that's a thing. Ugh, shortening my life.
I'd much rather talk about how like I'd much rather we talked about figuring out how to work second edition Pathfinder rules that we're not clear on, but that probably does not make a great YouTube. So
there's a very weird subset of YouTube that second edition fits into, because like there's not a very large 2e community. There's just not. But people like more often than not when I do a 2e related video, people are like, this doesn't work in D&D, or like, this is Pathfinder. It's like, yes. Both of those
Same
things
game.
it's the same game. It's fine. But like people like it conceptually, but I have not found a large group of people that actually play it, which is really strange. And it could just be too complex. I'm not sure. But
it's entirely possible.
But like it's almost more academically worth talking about, because it's a correction of older editions of Dungeons and Dragons, right? Like they fixed a lot of things, and it's like, oh, that makes total sense. But it's so complicated to do it that I think most people, like even Corvus has said in the past, it's just like the want for something to be wholly unique is not over-trumped by the want for it to be simple. So it's like, I'm okay giving up a lot of freedom if it's simple. And it's like, okay.
Right. Yeah, so Steven, Pathfinder is it's
3.5
D&D
compatible
3.5. Yeah. But free and open source, made by a bunch of people who were at
yeah. They
at Wizards.
3.5.
Was it?
Mm-hmm. Or
yeah. That
when
they
3.5 was becoming 4th edition, they
got
moved,
fired basically.
But kind of. I think some of them got fired, and some of them just decided like, hey, we're gonna start our own thing now that we have the system. The system is open sourced ish. 3.5 has an OGL. And they took that and decided to start their own company. So whether or not they got fired, I don't think a lot of them got fired, but they weren't happy with where 4E was going, and they're like, no, we're gonna do our own thing. I think.
Right. So that was first edition Pathfinder. Second edition Pathfinder came out
2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
2019.
Yeah. So a couple of years ago, and it is still it is a super crunchy system, but it's got some interesting differences from D&D.
It's a new battle system,
Yeah, it's got a different action economy, which I think works better.
That I will agree. I do love the 3 action system.
Yeah.
That's
But
my favorite thing about 2E.
Yeah. It also the information for it is not organized super well, so it's kind of pretty difficult to get into.
Yeah.
People who like crunchier systems will tend to hold up first edition Pathfinder and think that it's generally superior to 5e. I would tend to agree. I'm pretty invested in second edition Pathfinder right now.
I've slowly become enamored? That's not the right word.
Engrossed?
I really like second edition. I really like it. But when it comes to actually playing the game, 5e is just so good to set up and throw at the wall.
Yeah.
And then once you get into combat, I like Pathfinder's system so much better. So
yeah,
I'm fine with the idea of like merging the two.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where the why you should play series came up, because it's just like, oh yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. I don't have a problem just playing D&D and just kind of rolling with the punches. But so I don't have a preference anymore. I just don't care.
Yeah.
It's all the same to me at the end of the day.
Yeah, Steven, the succubus taking psychic damage if a gay guy turns her down is it totally was a meme, and also is totally a thing that could happen in second edition Pathfinder. Kind of like the point of Pathfinder is that there's a solid enough rule set that usually you don't have to make up anything. Pretty much everything is covered within the rules. You just have to find it.
Find it. Yeah.
You got a mind for it.
Yeah. As opposed to 5e, which is very much like cut down as much as possible, and then if you run into something you can't do with the rules, you just got to make it up or pull from something else.
So, I knew this would be a thing. You mentioned succubus. Specifically demons in second edition have various types of vulnerabilities depending on what they tried to do. And succubus has a rejection vulnerability.
I just found that. Yeah.
If someone rejects them, like succeeds the diplomacy check to reject them, they take 2d6 mental damage.
And become demoralized.
Oh
no, with a successful demoralized incorporating this rejection. That's funny.
Yeah. Victor, yes, but technically no. Succubi and incubi are like different genders of the same creature.
Though generally speaking, in like Pathfinder, they are the same thing. It's just what form they're taking.
Yeah, the whole like gay part is the meme. Like that's the thing.
Yeah. That's the meme.
That's not in the book.
No. I mean, that may have been a thing back in Gygax's era.
Sure.
Let's be honest.
80s were a wild time.
Yep.
70s, I guess. Early 80s.
I thought Gygax was 60s. Maybe he wasn't publishing until 70s. I have no idea.
I think the first Dungeons and Dragons, official Dungeons and Dragons, came out in like 79, I think. So people started playing it in the 80s, but like older editions and war games and Gygax developing it was through the 70s, 60s and 70s.
Look, Steven, if we go back far enough with the incubus and succubus, like the actual lore for them is they are kind of, I think they're Christian specific demons, where the a succubus is basically the dream demon that causes men to have wet dreams and impure thoughts, and an incubus is a demon that
gets women pregnant.
Gets women pregnant.
It's the father of Merlin in the OG stories, because he's literally the Antichrist in the stories of Arthur.
Yeah,
interesting.
But then gets baptized and thus nullifies the Antichristness of him.
Yeah. So if you go back to like legit mythology, then they're different because they have a different purpose, right? The two creatures have different purposes. For game design purposes, it entirely depends, and I believe they have. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Corpus, because you would know better than me. I assume you pulled it up recently. But they can change their shape, right? They can polymorph into different creatures in order to tempt.
Most
That's
demons,
a demon thing,
yeah. Most demons and devils have like a natural polymorph. Also, going back to OG D&D, it was first published in 74 in 3 volumes.
74. Is that Greyhawk or is that D&D?
Here's the thing. Volume 1 was called Men and Magic. Volume 2 was Monsters and Treasure, and Volume 3 was Underworld and Wilderness Avengers, and it was published under Dungeons and Dragons by Gary Gygax and David Arnson. So, and then there's Greyhawk in 75.
Okay. And then an updated version of D&D was released in 77 and 79. So that's what I'm thinking about. And then as Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Okay. So AD&D was
Okay.
79. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, because like basic D&D,
Okay.
like TSR era, this is in 77.
And then 81 was 2nd edition. 83 was 3rd. And then 89 was Advanced D&D 2nd edition.
It gets a bit confusing.
It gets confusing, yeah.
It does. There have been so many versions. So many more than 5 versions.
Because it depends, are you like referring to Wizards era or TSR era?
Pre-D&D, D&D, yeah.
Yeah.
Inferno's got it right. Da, 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 da,
Yeah,
da, da.
yeah.
All right.
No,
it is-
you're...
Good. I was gonna say it's 4 o'clock. I think we're done.
Yep.
I think we've been streaming for like what, 6 hours, 5 hours, something like that.
Yeah, 5 hours.
I have some commission stuff to work on, so I'm probably gonna hang around in the Discord and just doodle that. But I'm gonna take a quick break, refill my water glass. We're gonna call it here today on stream. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Inferno, sorry you just jumped in. Unless you've been hanging out here for a while, in which case, hello again anyways. but yeah, so thanks everybody for the great suggestions today. Sorry about the internet pooping out on Wednesday. Next week, it's Christmas and I have family in town, so probably won't be streaming anything. Keep your eyes out for shorts. I might make some shorts. That could be fun just to, get some content going. Go leave a comment on an old video. I think it'd be great. Just released the Krampus video. If you haven't seen that, I highly suggest it. There should be a link down below in the comments. If you're on Twitch, jump over to YouTube. Check it out. Click the button. Otherwise, that's all I really have. I hope everybody has a wonderful, wonderful week, a wonderful Christmas, a wonderful Happy New Year, and we'll be back next year to start making some more fun, crazy content. I most likely will try to stream next Friday at a minimum. So keep your eye out for that. I will put up a post next week for more suggestions for that. And that's all I got. Been ghosting and listening to the housework going on over here. Oh crap, that's right. I need to sandblast something before Jump Rope gets home. So I'm gonna take 30 minutes and finish sanding this thing, and then I will be back and I will finish up the commission stuff I'm working on today. So if you want to hang out with us in the Discord, you're very welcome to. Otherwise, stay happy, stay healthy, keep your desk on the table, and we'll catch you all next time. Thanks everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Happy holidays.
Let me see if there's someone to do a quick raid here. There's not. Okay. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.